6 online world championships offering over $400,000 in annual prize. This is the original sport racing game. This is Iracing.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. Iracing puts you in the driver's seat of the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive the latest and greatest racing championships around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmakers. Ensure competitive racing at every turn. Compete across all series. In officially licensed cars and engines that deliver the most accurate driving experience Race against the computer or you with friends.
Live from Southern National Motorsports Park, it is the night, it is the time here for the Southern Family 92. We got a lot of hot action coming your way as the sun wanes over the track. The action will continue to heat up as we go on all night long. My name is Scott Shive, and I will be joined ever so often by Jonathan Sessoms, who will be in our pit road tonight. And thanks to Cody Deemers, a.k.a. Rooster, on production here at Elevated TV for the Southern Family 92. And oh my gosh, I am so excited about this one. Got the call earlier today. Doing this for a great cause here for Kyle Southern. And I could not be more excited because I heard Rooster was telling me earlier they have already raised over $20,000 for their cause. And so they are really rocking, and we want to keep it going here tonight because that is the reason that we are here. If you want to donate, you can put in the YouTube chat !Kyle, and it will send you to the GoFundMe. We got a lot of action that will be here tonight. We've got qualifying going on right now, and let me go ahead and hit y'all with our formats. The front row will be locked in from qualifying, so right now, 2 drivers out there will go into the feature on qualifying alone, and only 2 of them because the rest will have to go to our heat races, and there will be 4 20-lap heat races, and the top will advance from those, and then we'll have 2 30-lap LCQs, and the top 3 will advance out of those. 28 cars will make the field here tonight, so it's going to be a lot of action. It's going to be fun. I could not be more excited to get everything going here at Southern National. Qualifying commencing right now. It's Aaron Stoles on the top of the charts with a 12.906 at the moment. Adam Baker currently in third. Then Dakota Malore is in third. Got a lot of names here tonight. And look, I also want to make a mention of it. You're going to see some drivers that are going across the timing screen. You're going to see them say SimPod. And I'm going to explain that to you real quick. A lot of these guys run up in Winston-Salem. I've been told a lot of them run at Bowman Gray, and SimPod has been gracious enough that everyone that has the name SimPod is running a SimPod from SimPod here for this. It's from race mode, and so we're thankful to them being able to get these guys in the SimPods from race mode. And so SimPod 7, let's see, that is Craig Hartless. And so I'm going to go through from top to bottom. SimPod itself is Caden Camper. Then we go 2 through 7. SimPod 2 is Bo Brown. SimPod 3 is Stephen Porkchop Warden. SimPod 4 is Owen Hester. SimPod 5 is Jonathan John Boy Brown. SimPod 6, We don't know who that is. We tried to find him. We couldn't quite get it, and then we rounded out with Craig Hartless in Sim Pod 7. It's Ross Dalton on the pole right now, passed up Aaron Stoltz by just a couple of tenths, just over 1/100th actually. So Ross Dalton currently on the pole, him and Aaron Stoltz looking to make it out of qualifying this evening. This is Billy Gregg in the number 98, currently 6th. They've got 2 laps. This is Billy's 2nd lap. He tries to have all the speed here, goes up to 4th, trying to get everything he can. They actually have 3 laps, so this is his 3rd. He'll come across the line. Billy Gregg unable to improve on that 2nd lap, puts him 4th. He will have to go to those heat races. Chase Pierce, that 77 modified machine, finishes out his laps going into the 5th spot. Austin Taylor, number 51, big time sideways out of turn number 4 and across the stripe. He goes across sideways too. 39, Chase Johnson, running his laps here. 40 seconds left in qualifying. Johnson trying to get everything he can out of this qualifying. Loose there out of turn number 2. So that number 39 trying to get into those top 2. Doesn't want to go on to the heat races, but look, most of these drivers will have to go to those heat races. So 39 trying to get all of the speed he can out of these corners. I'm going to find him on my timing charts at this moment. Yeah, Chase Johnson, not the laps he would have wanted. 13.4. Really getting loose out of those cars. SimPod number 3, that's Stephen Warden. He's out there in his number 25 Touring Modified machine. Oh, as he blinks out, and I think he went right into the wall, and he blinked out because qualifying has ended. So that means Ross Dalton and Aaron Stoltz will automatically qualify to the front row of this feature, and Stoltz and everyone else will have to go into the heat races, and we've got 4 of them. And I've heard here from Rooster that these guys they're not afraid to bring the fight. So Adam Baker will start on the pole. To the outside of him will be the 03 of Cody Griffin. Then it's the 51 of Austin Taylor, and outside is Mason Lawson. Then it's SimPod 6 Mystery Man starting in 5th. 6th will be the 74 of Brian Poole. 7th and 8th will be Dominic Lumley and Timothy Walter. Rounding out your top 10, 9th and 10th will be Kyler Staley and Bradley Young. 11th and 12th will be Cole Brannick. And then 12th, it'll be SimPod 4, and that is Owen Hester. SimPod 7 will be 13th. That's Craig Hartless. 14th and 15th will be Brian Green, and SimPod 2, Bobo Brown. 15 cars in the heat race currently. Ross Dalton talking to all these drivers. We're waiting on Mason Lawson and a few of our SimPod gentlemen to grid up for this. And I was told by my man Cody Deemers I was going to need a lot of water tonight, and I'm going to have a swig real quick, because we have got a lot of action. And I can't say that enough, because I am excited to get into these heat races. And we're running the tour mods here tonight at Southern National. And I will say, first of all, I have a love for this track. It's just one of my favorite tracks that is really on the iRacing sim. It's just under half a mile. It's 0.4 miles in length. And I want to say it's about 15 degrees. And I'll have my information in the session. But we got the tour mods, and a lot of these drivers actually run the modifieds at Bowman Gray Stadium. And so a lot of these drivers here in the field have a lot of real-world experience. And as anyone that has seen the racing at Bowman Gray, they know that drivers that race there are not afraid to have a little contact. So I think these drivers here tonight will not be afraid to rough up one another. And look, I know this, a lot of those drivers do race there. I did my best to be able to find the information I could. And so if you hear a name and know that they're out there at Bowman Gray, well, you will know and I might not. But I will do my absolute best. Adam Baker, I want to thank all of our race fans that are in the YouTube right now watching along. We're so thankful. Remember, if you want to donate, !Kyle in the YouTube chat. getting ready for the first of the heat races, and every heat race winner will get $25 from Choice Tire and Auto. Green flag is away for the first heat race in the Southern Family 92. Cody Griffin gets it on the outside of Adam Baker. A lot of people know about Southern National. You got to go to the bottom. Big wreck in the back. The 36 is around, and the caution is out here quickly. I think that was the 35, rather, of SimPod 7, which is Craig Hartless. So had a little bit of contact back there. We'll look along with Brian Green in the 06. What happens here down into turn number 3? Thought about 3 wide there for a moment. Oh, yeah. They tagged each other. I think that was... What was it, the 26? That is SimPod 4. So that was Owen Hester getting the tag there into turn number 3. So we almost made it a lap, and I think it goes to show that what we said is true. These guys not afraid to have some contact and make some action. Again, 20 laps in this heat race tonight, and I want to go back and say it as we were coming to green. Choice Tire and Auto has sponsored one of our many sponsors here in the racing action tonight. They will give $25 to each of the heat race winners, as well as the lap leader at lap 31 of the feature. And so big thanks to Choice Tire and Auto. Getting ready to go again. Cody Griffin got it off the jump. Can he get it from the bottom this time? Away from Adam Baker. Green flag is away yet again. Contact in the back already. Got one around. That's Dominic Lumley. He is around and crashing big time. The 26 of SimPod 4, Owen Hester, is involved yet again. Dominic Lumley, hot charge into turn number 1. We'll take a look back at it in that number 62-44 on the iRacing sim. Just goes into turn number 1. A little bit of contact with the driver in front. Locked up the rears, and oh my gosh, Owen Hester was right there. Who else was that involved in the Trump machine? Is that the 31? Let's see. That is Kyler Staley. So it's the 31 on his car, 38 in the session. So Kyler Staley, I believe another one of those real-life drivers. I really recognize that name, so I've got to think that he is. So some hot action already early in this race. Again, we'll run through drivers that are in the SimPods in this race. SimPod 2 is Bobo Brown, and then SimPod 4 is Owen Hester. SimPod 7 is Craig Hartless. Hope you're all watching for your favorite drivers, rooting for them on, because remember, these guys have to get out of this heat race. Getting ready for the green flag yet again. Cody Griffin on the outside this time. Adam Baker back to the bottom. Contact between the leaders. Griffin's going to squeeze him down to get it from the back. Meanwhile, car around in the back yet again. It's the number 2 of Timothy Walter. Take a look back here at Timothy. Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness. Big contact. Who did he make contact with in the front? I think that was the 82. No, it wasn't the 82. I'm looking through my... It was the 33. That's SimPod 6. That's our mystery SimPod. So Timothy Walter, big contact. A little bit of a check up there in front of him. So the SimPods, for those in chat, that is people that are racing at race mode right now in Winston-Salem. They have helped sponsor some of this event and allowed some of these drivers to race in those SimPods. So that is they're racing in Winston-Salem, all in the same place right now from race mode. So big thanks to race mode for getting those drivers there in their big sim rigs. I know, look, I've got a sim rig of my own, and it's quite fun, but it's definitely probably not as advanced as the ones from race mode. So I hope that answered your question in the YouTube chat. Cody Griffin, Adam Baker, back and forth so far early. We've completed 3 laps. Let's see if we can click off some more. No, the 20 is going to go around. That's SimPod number 2. That's Bobo Brown. Caution's out again. Bobo Brown started on the outside, loose into turn number 1, a common theme that we're seeing out of these tour mods. Ross Dalton talking about these drivers. If they don't clean it up, they will run out of time. It's 20 laps or 20 minutes, whichever comes first for these drivers. 15 of them, and they've tried to make it through so far, but it's really been all about Cody Griffin and Adam Baker up front. They've switched it back and forth as many times as they have. Looking along here, this is Adam Baker in his number 30 machine. He started up front and he stayed up front so far. Hasn't had any calamity. I've got the word. Owen Hester, thank you from Simpod 4. Simpod 6 is Brandon Valentin. Or Valentin? I'm gonna ask them over the chat to make sure. But it is Brandon Valentin. I hope I'm gonna choose one. But I'm gonna try to ask the gentleman down low. So big thanks to Owen Hester and Simpod 4. I'm going to write that down. So far, 5 drivers from each of the heats will qualify. So only the top 5 will make it. The rest will go to the LCQ. So currently it's Brian Poole that is in contact, but green flag. Oh, it looks like the 20 around again, Dominic Lumley, but he stays forward, keeps a green contact in the back, and the 35 is around. That's Simpod 7. We keep it green. Now the caution comes out. That was Craig Hartless having an issue yet again in this race. So you see the 20 here, Dominic into the wall there, into turn number 1 and 2. And then here, this is Craig Hartless going around. Yeah, it just gets loose off the bottom. So let's see. 5 laps completed so far, and let's see how much time we have left. We're just crossing into the 10-minute mark, so halfway on our time. And again, it's whatever comes first, the completion of 20 laps or the completion of 20 minutes in the session. And I'm going to guess right now that if we stay the way we are, I think it will be on time rather than laps. Ross Dalton continuing to talk to these drivers. And again, 5 of them will transfer the feature. The rest will go to the LCQ. Some people getting the wave around at this moment. And I'm going to actually see if I have connection to our voice chat here to get the word on Simpod 6 with Brandon Valentin. I'm gonna ask Owen when we get a moment, see if I can do it. Ross Dalton continuing to talk to their drivers. You see drivers waving around at this moment. I'm gonna ask Owen in the chat room here. Owen, how do you pronounce Brandon? Is it Valentin or Valentine? See if he responds to me in the Iracing session. We'll send the drivers around one more time. Black flags being cleared for these drivers getting back on the lead lap. Again, 15 make up this field in heat race number 1, but only 5 will transfer. Stack them up 2 by 2. Pace car about to pull to the safety of pit lane. We get ready to go. Green flag again in the Southern Family 92 heat race number 1. All about those men front line on the wire. Caution out again in the back. It was a 51 of Austin Taylor getting up front because Cody Griffin had a problem earlier on. This is Cole Bannock in the back in his number 32, and looks like he had a bit of a wheel hop there, hopped over the left sides of another car. So Cole Bannock here down on the bottom. Oh, gets loose on the apron. And then, yeah, looks like somebody hops over him. Big damage for that 03. That was Cody Griffin, who was leading up near the front earlier on, went towards the back. It's so easy to get that left front down on that apron. And these tires, a lot of people know about these tour mods. They run a very wide tire. And also, I mean, a lot of horsepower in those naturally aspirated V8s. And so when you get that car on that apron by any slightest bit, you lose a lot of surface contact with the racetrack. And at the speeds these drivers take into say it again, Cody? Valentine, there we go. So I've got the word Mystery Man Sim Pod number 6 is Brandon Valentine. So appreciate Owen Hester for getting me the word on that. Lights are out on the pace car again. We've got just under 7 minutes to get this one completed. We cross over to lap number 6. The 33 had a problem there on the restart. That was Brandon Valentine. Caution out again in the back. That's the 26. That is Brandon Hester. So Brandon Hester continues to have problems here in heat race number 1. See him in the back. Oh my goodness. He's got that right front looks destroyed already. He must, oh my goodness. Yeah, the 2 comes piling in. That was Timothy Walter there in the number 2 machine. But yeah, that right front was definitely broken on the 26th car of Owen Hester. It looks like a lot of people got stacked up behind him as well. So Brandon Valentine had a little bit of a problem on the restart, stacked up the field, but that didn't cause our issue. It was a 26 of Owen Hester in the backfield, and then Timothy Walter, innocent bystander, had nowhere to go. This is only heat race number 1. And so I told y'all the action was going to be hot. Well, it may be too hot at this moment. So just about to cross over, 15 minutes complete. When we get the green, it'll be under 5 minutes left to go, and we've only completed 7 laps so far. So I can pretty much guarantee you that we will probably end this race by time. And so I'll make sure that before we cross over into the second session, I'll get you with the 5 drivers that advance. I might have to take a photo of it because the sessions advance so quickly. But I will get all of you amazing race fans watching along with us. The results. 81 race fans, thank you for joining us. Green flag out yet again for Taylor and Baker on the front row. Oh my gosh, the 82 is sideways down below. He was going to go all the way down to the bottom. He pulls it into pit road. That was Mason Lawson. He keeps it straight. We stay green. We complete a lap as the 31 goes around on the front stretch. We still stay green at this moment. So the 31 down on the front stretch. Meanwhile, a battle here for the 3rd position between Lumley and that 33 of Valentine. They duke it out here. And again, those top 5 will transfer. We get our first green run of this race. Heavy battle here for that 5th spot. The 03 trying to come back through this field. And that is the problem. The 26 having another problem down on the bottom. This is back up for the lead. This is Taylor and Baker. Baker right on the heels of Taylor so far. 10 laps to go. Will come to the stripe. This next time by, it'll be 9 laps to go. And just under 4 minutes left to complete these laps. So we might get it done by laps, and Adam Baker wanting those laps, trying to get back to the bumper of Taylor here for this front spot. The winner of this heat race would start in 3rd in the feature, and Adam Baker wants to be that driver. Adam Baker in that number 30 machine becomes ever so close. Meanwhile, Dominic Lumley trying to go for a move, trying to get into 2nd. The more that Baker has to defend from Lumley, the more time Taylor will have to scoot away. 6 laps to go as they come across the stripe. It will be 5. Look at how close these top 3 are. Currently, Simpot, Brandon Valentine, and Brian Poole, your other 2 drivers in the transfer positions. But look at this awesome battle up for the lead. Austin Taylor holding it over Adam Baker. 4 laps to go this time by. As caution waves yet again. Just at the 4 to go mark, it was the 35. That was Craig Hartless. Looks like he might have had a moment with Timothy Walter here in the back. Oh, yeah. Almost contact there. The 35 here down on the apron. Yep, just gets the apron with the left front, loses all grip, stopped on track. That brings out the caution. We almost, man, I think we might get one more chance at a green flag run opportunity because we've got under two. Hey, you can bring coolers wherever you want. I imagine you're in the comfort and safety of your home. Crack open whatever you want. We're going to have a fun night all night long, no matter how long it takes. We had some great racing action there between the leaders. And remember, let's watch these drivers that are near the front because most likely these will be drivers that will be hot in the feature race. And again, a lot of guys we know in these races, a lot of them run at Bowman Gray in these modifieds, so a lot of them have that real world talent. So a lot of great drivers in the field, and we're still only in heat race number 1 of 4. I wish I had a cough button in this. I got a new headset recently, and I don't have a cough button. So excuse me if you hear me chugging down water and maybe coughing. Lights off on the pace car. The field very disorganized this time by, but we'll go green flag anyway. Last time we'll go around. 20 seconds left in the session, 3 laps on the charts. Adam Baker is going to get it from the outside over Austin Taylor. It's going to be a battle for the transfer position between Valentin and Simpod number 2. That's the 20. They're going to get away. It's these top 5 breaking away at this moment. We'll come around. White flag presented this time as 2 cars down on the front straightaway. It won't matter. Adam Baker holds it, the 35 in the middle of 1 and 2. Still, we're going to come to the last lap through 3 and 4. It's going to be Adam Baker collecting the win, and it's going to be Brandon Valentin getting your last spot for the transfer into the feature. Our mystery man, Brandon Valentin, gets it there on the last green flag run. Burnouts and celebration from the 30 of Adam Baker. I really would have loved to have seen if he could have made the move there on Taylor to try to get the lead under green. So I took a picture of it, make sure we got it. To repeat, your 5 drivers transferring to the feature race from heat race number 1, Adam Baker, Austin Taylor, Dominic Lumley, Brian Poole, and Brandon Valentin. Rest will go to the LCQs, and we line up here for our second heat race. It'll be Billy Gregg on the pole, Dakota Malloy on the outside. Then it's Austin Pack, Tyler Hensley. Then it's late model driver and smart tour driver Carson Lofton in that number 41. He'll start in 5th. 6th and 7th will be Ryder Tomeno. There we go. And then it'll be Brandon Kiger there in the 7th spot. 8th and 9th, it will be Blake Dorney and Xander Camper. 10th and 11th will be Simpod number 5, and that is Jonathan John Boy Brown. 11th will be Cooper Reed. 12th, 13th will be Chase Johnson. 13th will be the 25 of Stephen Porkchop Warden in Simpod number 3. And your last 2 drivers, 14th will be the 64 of Paul Farmer, and 15th the 45 of Zach Staley. So 15 cars in this second heat race. We saw a lot of calamity in the last heat race where we had 15 cars. Will we see it cleaner here? Will we see some of the same action? Billy Gregg, Dakota Malloy make up the front row. Pace car pulls down. Green flag is out for heat race number 2. A little bit of contact there for the 5th spot between the 58 of Tyler Hensley and Carson Lofton. Lofton trying to go through on that bottom lane. Meanwhile, still side by side for this lead. Sideways back in the rear. They keep it straight. Somehow, 58 extremely sideways. The 58 of Hensley goes around. Big wreck in the backfield out of turn number 2 as the caution flies. You saw Hensley there fighting on the front stretch to keep that car straight. He managed to do it. You see right here, keep it straight just barely somehow, then gets tagged from that number 85 into the corner. I'm going to go through, I'm going to find that 85. It was Brandon Kiger. Then some more little accidental extracurricular. Drivers trying to get turned around. A lot of cars involved in that accident. Yeah, 58 just tried to get to the bottom, and the 85 of Kiger entered with a lot of speed. Oh my gosh, that 39 went way high in the air. Drivers in the pit lane. That's a 46 of Dakota Malloy. Started on the front row outside of the pole of Billy Gregg, but he comes into the pit lane, as well as Chase Johnson in that number 39. You saw Chase Johnson go pretty high in that car after riding over that of, let's see, who was it? Hensley. Getting them lined up yet again. Lights still on this pace car. Billy Gregg remains in the front. A little bit of a shuffle there. Carson Lofton promoted 2 positions in this heat race so far. And so my timing screen having a bit of a freak out at this moment, trying to get itself together. Same as these drivers. It'll be Billy Gregg, Austin Pack on the front row this time around. Green flag for the second time. Stack up on the front row. That was a 6 going to the outside of Xander Camper. He's going to go towards the back, try to recover. Meanwhile, it's Carson Lofton battling for this lead with Billy Gregg. Rounds the bottom, great speed there, but Billy Gregg will hold it as the caution comes out. Oh my gosh, car's up and over in turn number 1. Oh my goodness. That was Dakota Malloy. He started second. You see that right front completely destroyed. That left front probably having some issues now. 6 of Xander Camper, you saw him have an issue on the restart, and then here makes contact with, let's see who that other driver was, but that's where it all started with Xander Camper. And then you see Dakota Malloy up on his roof. Well, let's ride along with the number 46 here, and we're watching around. He goes to the bottom to try to avoid this incident. Oh, gets tagged by the 58 of Hensley. That flips him up and over, and carrying so much speed into turn number 1, he just goes right up towards the wall. That looked very Ryan Preece-esque from Daytona. Ryan Preece, I think he'd be even more scared if he was flipping up and around like that in these modifieds. Glad our drivers are in the sim and all okay. Dakota Malloy stuck in the pit lane, trying to get another minute to get these drivers all situated and settled. I imagine, if this was the real world, he'd be in the pit lane for a long time. That car would definitely be done for the day. Currently, it's Carson Lofton and Billy Gregg make up the front row. Lofton on the outside, Gregg on the inside. Even start for them door to door. They enter turn number 1. 4 laps completed, 6 minutes. Lofton gets it from the outside, so a great move from that 23 of Carson Lofton. He goes from 5th at the start all the way to the lead. Meanwhile, Austin Pack battles here, gets up into 3rd. Ryder Tomeno has a bit of a problem there in his number 2. Caution out again. Let's see, that is the 25. That is SimPod number 3. That is Stephen Porkchop Warden in that number 25. He was coming off of pit lane, but we'll see where this caution originated at. You see there, cars in the back are green. Oh, right there. Hensley involved again, and oh my goodness, Dakota Malloy looks to be involved again as well. So these 2 drivers just cannot get away from the calamity of this heat race number 2. Take a moment to go back and see where this all started with these drivers. So it looks like Tyler Hensley here down in turns 1 and 2 just gets sideways out of the corner, and Malloy nowhere to go. They're stopped up in turn number 3, and that brings out the caution. Well, we've got 100 of you race fans watching along right now. Glad you were all here and watching. Thankful to y'all here. Just a reminder, Choice Tire and Auto is giving $25 to these heat race winners. So Adam Baker got that 25 here in this heat race, and it's looking very good for Carson Lofton at this moment, but he's got a lot of time. We've still got over 12 minutes to complete this second heat race, 6 laps completed so far. So Lofton will choose the bottom on this restart. Billy Gregg to the outside. Drivers you can see in line down on the bottom taking the wave around. And so we'll stack them up and go again. Green flag is away again in heat race number 2. Carson Lofton gets it on the bottom. Bit of a stack up there. The 2 is around. Caution out again. That was the 2 machine taking a big hit. And I think, yes, that was Ryder Tomeno. He's in the 36 in the sim, the 2 on the car. See, he started 4th here, Ryder Tomeno. Looks like Zach Staley made the contact in the rear. Yeah, just sent him into the outside wall. That's one of those, that's the stack up that you commonly see into turn number 1. A lot of drivers trying to get on the loud pedal and get up into turn number 1, get the best momentum they can, whether on the inside or the outside, and sometimes you'll see them stack up. Carson Lofton, I can guarantee you, is honestly probably loving these cautions. He would love to start on the outside of the second row in this feature race. Let's bring Jonathan Sessoms, our pit road reporter, in. Jonathan, what have your thoughts so far?
So far, caution has run cautions, and it looks like it's going to be the same thing for the next few heat races.
I would definitely have to agree with you. I think we're going to continue to see all of these cautions. Carson Lofton up at the front. What does Billy Gregg need to do to try to get this lead back? Because we know Carson Lofton, driver in the Z-Max Cars Tour, driver in the Smart Tour Modifieds, and so he is one that is really fast. Billy Gregg, I'm hearing, is a great modified driver, and what does he need to do, Jonathan? I'll ask you that question when we get another moment under caution. They go to do battle on the racetrack. 8 laps complete so far in heat race number 2. Lofton gets away all clean and green. Austin Pack battling with Cooper Reed on his outside for the 4th position. And let's not forget the top 5 will transfer. That last driver is the 45 of Zach Staley. And drivers around in the back. Oh, big contact into turn number 4. And it was Tyler Hensley, Paul Farmer involved. Man, Hensley cannot get away. See what happened here. Tyler Hensley gets the wall here. Oh, yeah, just a check up here. I believe that was the 34. Oh, my goodness. Big hit for the 67 of Paul Farmer there. And who was that number 35? We're going to go and look around. Oh, my goodness. No, it wasn't Ryder. Ryder's 36 in the session. Not out here on track, so I think it might have been the 35. I'm gonna go and look. It was at 34. That was Simpod 5, which I will get you his name. That is Jonathan John Boy Brown, who was involved in that action there in turns 3 and 4. 9 laps complete. And Jonathan, I was asking you that question about these drivers on the front row. What does Billy Gregg need to do to try to battle and get around Carson Lofton?
He's going to have to play it cards right, because for one, he's going. They both are on the tour, so they know each other well. So he's going to have to play his cards right, and hopefully the top line, he can make the top line work. So far, I've been seeing the bottom line, which is preferably here, is a bottom feeder track. So
this is a bottom feeder track. We've seen drivers be able to get it from the outside on the restarts. Greg not able to do it here. Big moment for the 7 of Zach Staley, and cars up and over yet again in turns 1 and 2. It's the 85 of Brandon Kiger, the 46 of Mallour. Mallour continues to have problems in this heat race, and you saw that all started with the 7 of Zach Staley. Well, right along with him, he started in 5th. He was in a transfer spot. Looks like he's going to get a tag from the, it's a tag from the front. So another checkup. Oh my goodness. I've never seen modifieds go that high. Yeah, I was going to say, welcome to what would be the madhouse here. I would bet that, especially after the clash running there, that they will finally scan that track and get it into the iRacing deal. Carson Lofton continuing to love this up front. Billy Gregg, and I think, we saw Baker and Taylor going back and forth, as well as Cody Griffin in heat race number 1. But something that I saw was that Cody Griffin was able to get the jump on the restart sometimes from the outside and take the lead by pinching down the driver on the inside out of turn number 2. So I think that is one of Billy Gregg's only plays, because I think Carson Lofton is so strong that if he gets out of turn 2 on the bottom and you're not side by side, or you're not already ahead of him, well, he's going and gone. We line him up yet again. Staley back in 8th, so he's got to race into the transfer spot. Ryder Tomeno. Oh my gosh, Billy Gregg turns sideways on the restart. Go sideways on the front stretch, and so Billy Gregg running second gets tagged. You see Farmer there having a bit of extracurricular in turn 2, and it was the 81 of Austin Pack. Just thought they went, and they had not yet. Tags Billy Gregg here and gets those rears lifted and spun around. A lot of other drivers collected in this incident. You see Farmer here. Oh my goodness, the 25 and Farmer there. That's Simpod 3. That was Stephen Porkchop Warden having a little bit of a moment. So 11 laps complete so far. 15 minutes have elapsed. So under 5 minutes left to get this one in. We saw a few laps run, but we have seen those persistent cautions that have kept us here with the pace car out. Carson Lofton has led. He started in 5th in this heat race. He drove himself to the front on the bottom, and he has stayed there ever since. '81, Austin Pack here in the 2nd. My timing screen freaking out yet again. Lights out on the pace car right now, so it looks like they will elect to go for single file restarts here in the heat races after that calamity. Green flag is away for Carson Lofton out front in this heat race. Chase Johnson has been able to move up towards the front, and Zach Staley gets away with it. You see Johnson there, big contact with the wall. He's going to try to block down that 58 of Hensley. They are both in transfer positions right now, so they better try to work together instead of letting those cars behind them catch. You can see Chase Johnson all over the place, and at number 39, a bit of a kindly bump by the 58. Oh my goodness, way loose out of the corner. That almost turned Tyler Hensley around. He is way up in the wall, comes back in front of the track. I cannot believe he didn't tag any drivers there through that. He's down on the bottom is that 39 car. We stay green in this heat race. It's currently Ryder Tomeno, the 5th driver out that is in that transfer spot. It's Lofton, Pack, Staley, Hensley, and Tomeno, your 5 drivers that will transfer at this moment. And so Carson Lofton has led ever since he got to the front, and he has no challenge at the moment being. Austin Pack 1.2 seconds back. 4 laps to go as we cross the stripe this time by. It'll be 3 to go in heat race number 2. And let's not forget, if Carson Lofton can get this heat race win, he will get $25 from Choice Tire and Auto. 2 laps this time by in the heat race number 2 of the Southern Family 92. Lofton has dominated as caution flies before we can get the white flag, and that means we're going to stack them up one more time. We'll go to a green-white checkered attempt in the heat race, and I can bet you that Lofton might be banging his head on the sim. Billy Gregg in that 98. He was on the front row for so long battling with Lofton. Looks like he had contact with the 39 of Chase Johnson, and that got him sideways and up into the wall in turn 3. Well, Jonathan, we're about to wrap up heat race number 2, single file restarts. Do you think this is Carson Lofton's for the taking, or do you think anyone else has a chance?
I think Lofton got this one for the taking, bro. He's got them pretty much covered. He knows these cars from head to toe.
He has had this one locked up and locked down ever since he got to the front. Again, he started 5th, and he made his way up all the way to the start, to the front. So a lot of calamity here in heat race number 2, a lot like we saw in heat race number 1. Lights off on the pace car. We'll go to green-white checkered attempt. That'll be 2 laps, a green lap and a white lap. We'll take the flag, and if we get the white flag, then whatever flag flies, whether it be checkered or caution, we will end the race. If we get a caution in that green flag, we will go again, but normally we would, but with time, this will be it. We're lapsing time away in this session. Green flag out, 2 laps to go, and the battle is on for the transfer position. Zach Staley trying to get back in it after having a moment early on. Meanwhile, Malore trying to get back there as well. Zach Staley falling out of it. Big, heavy contact with the 14 of Cooper Reed. That's going to move Zach Staley back. Cooper Reed into the transfer spot. Malore's going to send Cooper Reed around for the transfer spot. Calamity out of turn number 4, and we stay green all the way towards the end because Carson Lofton has won. Simpod number 5 will get the transfer, and that is Jonathan John Boy Brown. You saw there Dakota Malore sent around Cooper Reed for the transfer spot, and neither of them got it. So, we get ready for this grid. Heat race number 3. Going to be Chase Pierce starting on your pole. And I know that name too. I don't know where, but I do. It'll be Riley Neal starting to his outside in that 07. Then it'll be the 18 of Trevor Vaden. And to his outside, the 31 of Bryce Nelson. 5th and 6th, it'll be Casey Quigley. And then in 6th, it'll be Simpod, which is Caden Camper. 7th and 8th will be Dylan Connor, and then Colton Brooks. 9th and 10th will be Tyler Redmond, and then in 10th it will be Connor Shaw. Then in the 28th and 11th position it will be Gabe Saavedra. 12th, 13th will be Blake Clevenger, and then in the 84 13th spot will be Tracy Latour. And then in that last spot it will be, Cody, hit me with it. McNeil. Amazing. FWM, the 4-wide Motorsports, going to put $20 to the heat race winner of this heat race. So the third, this is the third one. The third heat race getting going here, talking to my producer at the moment. And so it'll be Chase Pierce out front and then Riley Neal. Here's my best side. The 77 of Chase Pierce is going to go around out of turn number 2. So from the pole and from the lead, he's spinner out of turn 2. Let's see how that all originated.
You just got loose. What's your lead?
So Chase Pierce started up in the front. And he goes around, gets loose out of turn number 2. Gotta wonder if there was contact. 1 to go when they cross the stripe this time. So this will move Riley Neal up towards the front. He will start now on the pole. Trevor Vaden will start on the outside. And so Chase Pierce, does he have enough time to try to make his way up through this field? We'll have to see, because we've got a lot of time to go in this heat race number 3. Again, a big thanks to 4-Wide Motorsports for sponsoring $20 to the heat race winner. So it'll be $45 for the heat race winner. Riley Neal starts up front. Trevor Vaden to the outside. 31 of Bryce Nelson trying to move his way into second. He will here in turn 3 as a caution flies. Calamity in the back. That's the 84 of Tracy Latour sideways, and not the way he would want this. Big shout out to Trace Latour for this. He has donated $200 to the feature winner. And there's a $400 purse.
$400 purse, not.
Chase Pierce and him having a bit of calamity that. What do you think about that, John? $400 for the winner tonight in the feature race.
And that is wild. Somebody's going to go home $400 richer.
Seriously, that is some great money. We're able to raise that money from all of the partners that have come along for this race. We are so thankful to all the people. Zach Staley Racing and Sean Blevins Racing being the other 2 drivers that are giving that making up the other 200. And so big thanks to all of our partners. We'll make sure to shout them out over the night. Again, if you want to donate, !Kyle in the YouTube chat. Hope you race fans have been entertained. We got more action coming to you. Riley Neal, Trevor Vaden, Bryce Nelson trying to move his way up into second. Oh, the 18 of Vaden is around in turn 2. Stack up in the back. The 14 has a problem. That's Tyler Redmond. And Vaden, you saw it. Contact from the 4th place car. I think it was Dylan Connor.
I'm
27. That was Quigley. Quigley got into him. So Casey Quigley gets into the back of Trevor Vaden on the exit of turn number 2. And so a lot of front runners getting turned around here early. Chase Pierce, who was started on pole, he's up to 9th in this heat race, trying to work his way back from the back to the front. Meanwhile, Enoch McNeil started on the back row. He's worked his way up into 9th. Chase Pierce now promoted into 8th. Drivers getting sorted out. This will move that 31 of Bryce Nelson onto the outside of the front row. This front row has only been good to Riley Neal so far. And again, a reminder, the top 5 will transfer. Riley Neal takes the green flag away. Bryce Nelson on the outside. Then it's Dylan Connor. Oh, and the spinners around in the back. going to be collected again. This is Blake Clevenger. Looks like I'm going to bet you that he hooked it on the apron and it got him sideways. As the pace car comes back around, he's going to stay parked right now. Clevenger was up to 7th on that restart. Goes down here into turn number 2. Oh, a little bit of contact from, I believe that was the 05. And that was Enoch. He had been working his way up through the field. But after that calamity, he's going to go back towards the back. So Enoch McNeil getting into the back of the 19 car there. And that was Clevenger. So Riley Neal, this has been pretty much a perfect situation for him so far. We've had 4 laps complete. About almost 8 minutes ticked off, so we'll have about 12 minutes left to go. Again, 4 laps completed. We're going to shout out the QR code here for Elevated TV. If you want to ever know what we've got going on here, or you want to watch some more awesome racing action, you can join the Discord for updates on all the series that we've got coming your way. So big thanks to all of you race fans watching here along tonight in the Southern Family 92. This is heat race number 3 of 4.
Actually, 07 at Bowman Gray, they call him Riley the Real Deal O'Neal.
Yes, sir. Riley, the Real Deal Neal, up on the front and leading as the caution flies. Him and Bryce Nelson were side by side. Drivers sideways and into the inside wall. And now here the outside wall for Gabe Saavedra. Oh my goodness, he's going to get into the 21. Oh my goodness. Contact between Saavedra. Oh, that's where it all started. You saw it with Saavedra. Just contact all around, Jonathan, and these drivers cannot stay off of each other. Look along here with Caden Camper in his number 23. He is Simpod. Oh, and he gets almost identical to what happened to Saavedra. He was just on the inside. And so a solo incident for him. So Riley, the Real Deal Neal, up on the front. He has led it ever since the 77 of Chase Pierce had a problem. And speaking of Chase Pierce, he's made his way from 14th after that spin all the way back up to 5th. So he is back into a transfer position, and I imagine he is not done there. Will want to come battle with Neal for this race lead. But he's got more cars to try to get through. Lights out on the pace car. 5 laps completed. 10 minutes a lap so far. Again, 20 minutes or 20 laps, whatever comes first. Riley Neal on the bottom. 31 trying to get a jump. Had to hold up. Riley Neal going to get a great jump there, 2x2x2, down and out of turn number 1 and 2. Spinner around in the back, that's Saavedra, and the caution is going to come out for him. So Saavedra in the back, looks like he just gets loose on his own out of turn number 2, and yes, he does. I imagine Riley Neal is enjoying these cautions. He's controlled this race so far, and he gets it off the jump just about every time at 31, trying to get it on the outside. That's Bryce Nelson. Winner of this heat race will start on the inside of the third row in the 5th spot. Riley Neal trying to be that driver. But there is still yet a lot of time on the clock. 6 laps completed, 8 minutes left to go. So Riley Neal, Bryce Nelson, Dylan Connor, Colton Brooks, and Chase Pierce, your first 5 drivers that will transfer at the current moment. Lights out on the pace car. This time, Riley Neal holds the field back. He's had the lead ever since Pierce had an issue out of turn number 2. He's trying to keep it that way. Green flag away again in heat race number 3. Riley Neal, Bryce Nelson, side by side. Nelson trying to pinch him down to the bottom. He's got a great run here into turn number 3. Big contact from Neal, trying to move him up the track. Neal trying to hold his position. Nelson was having a great run on the top side. Neal eliminated that by that contact. Riley, the real deal Neal, trying to secure and solidify his lead, but Nelson not going away easy. Dylan Connor, Colton Brooks, Pierce, those other drivers side by side. Connor and Brooks are side by side as a caution flies. 21 around on the back straightaway, and looks like he might have had contact with Tyler Redmond. Look along here with Redmond in that number 14. Him in the 23 of Caden Camper. Yep, Caden Camper just gets into Redmond. That sends him around, stopped long enough on track, and excuse me, that was the 21 on the front stretch. So we had quite a battle there for the lead, and I think Bryce Nelson was trying to do what I was talking about getting that jump, great jump on the restart, pinching down the leader on the bottom and getting that run off of turn number 2. We saw it there for a moment before the contact. Do you think he's going to go for it again?
I think he's going to try that move again if the real deal don't get a good jump. Because I'm trying to tell you, man, if he gets that jump, he ain't gonna let him use that maneuver on him.
I agree. Green flag back in the air for Neal and Nelson. Great jump by Neal this time. He'll get away for it, and Dylan Connor trying to move himself into third and solidify that, but he might here try to go for second. Nelson going to get a great run off the top side. Still can't quite get all the way to the bottom. It's side by side for that third position. As a caution out again. Oh my goodness. The 84, middle of the track. Big contact for that 91 of Dylan Connor. He was running in third, and it's going to send him all the way to the back with that broken right front. What a heartbreak situation. You're running, battling to make it into this feature race by transferring. There's a lap car coming up sideways in the back straightaway. Connor had nowhere to go. Take a look back here at what happened. That was Trace Latour in that number 84. Watch along here with Dylan Connor on his view. That 84 just stopped in the track, starts reversing down the track as the leaders come to him. And yeah, that was a bad situation. Take another look at it here from an outside perspective. Oh my goodness. I think, yeah, Bryce Nelson got tagged there for sure. He has some damage, I think. Yeah, that right front just a little bit towed out. So Bryce Nelson might not be as fast as he was before. But yeah, that was definitely a bad situation with Trace Latour there on the back straightaway. Lights still on the pace car. 16 minutes elapsed. So under 4 minutes left to get this one complete. Only 11 laps complete so far. Riley Neal has been dominant out front. He's only been challenged a few times by Nelson, and they'll send it to single file restarts here in this third heat race. Lights out on the pace car. This will only help Neal. Green flag is away. 10 laps to go. We cross the stripe. 9 to go this time by. So clean and green so far. Chase Pierce moved his way up into fourth. Contact here with Colton Brooks. He's trying to take third place back. Again, Pierce spun off the start, has been working his way from the back ever since. And so he's hunting down this number 4 of Colton Brooks. As caution is out yet again. I think that was the 91 of Dylan Connor down on the front straightaway. Looks like he most likely a spinner out of turn number 4. Take a ride along with him from an outside perspective. Yep, just gets the apron, and we'll see it all night long. So easy when that happens to lose grip. And you saw it happen there for Dylan Connor. And again, what heartbreak for him. Was running up in those transfer spots. Lap car in the middle of the track and nowhere for him to go. So you've got to feel for him. Riley Neal, up front still, said his name all night long, and I think we'll be saying it here tonight yet the more. 7 laps to go this time by. 2 minutes to go in the Iracing session for heat race number 3. And it's going to be a battle for the transfer as somebody up and over out of turn number 2. And it was Enoch McNeil. Enoch McNeil skyrocketing to the outside wall and up out of turn number 2. And we were just about to have a battle for that transfer spot. Take a look back with Enoch McNeil here. Looks like him and Saavedra make contact out of 2. Saavedra goes sideways. And Enoch just climbs the wall there. So Saavedra not having the night that he has wanted. He is back in the pit lane. Meanwhile, Enoch McNeil coming out of the pit lane this time. These drivers have 3 fast repairs. I'm sorry I failed to mention that. So you'll see a lot of drivers able to get their cars fixed fairly swiftly. Dylan Connor, you'll see him go around the outside there, getting his lap back. Drivers cycling out this field. Lights still on the pace car this time by. So we remain single file here. And what a job by Riley Neal. Got the lead early and has kept it and held it ever since. Now, he had some contact to do it with Bryce Nelson, but hey, he didn't spin a driver, so he has done it the way he is needed to do, and he really is the real deal. Pace car down to pit road, all in the hands of Riley Neal. This time by only 5 laps to go. I think this will be the last time we get the chance to complete this heat race by laps. Nelson gets down to the bottom, then it's Brooks, Pierce, and Simpod, which is Caden Camper in your last transfer spot. 4 laps to go as caution waves yet again, and this might be it. Over 20 minutes have elapsed in the session, and while Blake Clevenger might have contact here with Enoch McNeil. Let's see. Yep, contact in turn number 2. Almost identical to what happened with Saavedra and McNeil. That time McNeil was able to slow up and get around instead of going skyward in the outside wall. So we've elapsed over 20 minutes, but the session has not finished. So they might run this one out to the end. Ross Dalton trying to get them up to the lead, and here we go. Green flag away yet again. That'll be 4 laps this time. Battle here. This is a battle for the transfer spot between Shaw and Enoch McNeil. McNeil down to the bottom, sideways and around, collects Caden Camper. And this is the final lap, so it won't matter. No caution. It's Riley Neal out front, and the battle for second between Colton Brooks. It looks like Nelson will have it across the line for second, and Riley Neal gets it done for heat race number 3 with the win. Connor Shaw gets it out of turn number 4. And so congratulations, Connor Shaw, on advancing into the feature. So we made it eventually. One more heat race, and then we'll have the 2 LCQs. Again, Riley Neal will get $25 from Choice Tire and Auto for the heat race win. And $20 from 4 Wide Motorsports, so $45, the amount Riley Neal is getting, so he's going to be happy already. So we'll get ready for the grid in your final heat race. And it will be Bobo Brown on the front when he grids into the session. And then it'll be Casey Quigley. Oh, and look, we skipped the 4th heat race. So this is the first LCQ. So excuse me, this will be your first LCQ. It'll be 30 laps. And so that'll be Bobo Brown and Casey Quigley on your front row. Then it is Billy Gregg and Timothy Walter in your second row. 5th and 6th will be Tyler Redmond and that 39 of Chase Johnson. 7th and 8th will be the 06 of Brian Green and the 28 of Gabe Savidra. 9th and 10th will be Cooper Reed and Cole Bannock. 11th and 12th be the 7 of Enoch McNeil and the 25 of Stephen Porkchop Warden. 13th and 14th, the last 2 drivers, Cody Griffin and Trace Latour. So I believe we have 2 possible LCQs. I think this will be our only one. And instead of 20 laps, this will be 30 laps. And so that will also allow us 30 minutes to get it completed. It'll be Bobo Brown starting up at the front. And I believe since we are not having that 4th, I cannot be totally sure how many we are qualifying because we're going to have 4 and 5 advance from them. With us not having that 4th heat race, I imagine 8 will advance from the LCQ. I cannot be positive on it, but I'll let you know. The 20 goes over and around all the way from the front. And while we were talking about who will transfer, it was Bobo Brown going around yet again. We saw it happen to him in his heat race, and now it happens in the LCQ from the pole. Crossover from the 27 here, no contact, and Bobo Brown just goes around. A little contact from drivers in the back as well. Enoch McNeil involved. So, Jonathan, we have seen a lot go on, and we're in our first LCQ, and I think it will be our only one. But what are you expecting here?
I'm expecting pretty much probably a lot more cautions since it's the only one and only LCQ. So the tempers are already up from heat races. So I'm pretty sure we're going to see a lot of wrecks and a lot of people using bumpers.
A lot of wrecks and a lot of people using bumpers. You are correct, my friend. And we'll get them ready to go again. It'll be Casey Quigley on the pole for this. Billy Gregg on the outside. He's seen the outside before. A stack up in that row, but everybody stays straight into turn number 1. Has somehow managed to keep it there. Casey Quigley gets the lead away. Meanwhile, it's a 39, and the 17 of Cooper Reed battling it out for that position. Enoch McNeil now going around that 39. So a lot of these drivers trying to get single filed out as quickly as they can. Cooper Reed trying to go down to the bottom of Tyler Redmond. He will go easily around in 3 and 4. And caution flies. I was about to say we were about to get the longest green flag run we had all race. And it comes to an end right here with Trace Latour. Trace is having a problem. Saw a spinner in the back at that moment, but look, Trace Latour down on the bottom has a bit of a blink, and then, yep, loose out of turn number 2. And oh my goodness, Bobo Brown climbs the side of that modified and flies up and over. So we almost had it there, Jonathan. I really thought with everyone single filing out, we were going to have it. But Trace Latour goes around out of turn number 2, and Bobo Brown nowhere to go. That modified climbs the other, and he goes up and over. Seen a lot of cars fly tonight. Have you ever seen this many modifieds fly?
No, sir, I have not. But it's been a very interesting, for sure.
It's been action for sure. And I am thankful to all of you race fans that have joined us here tonight. Again, the whole reason why we're doing this, raising money for Kyle Southern and his family after losing their barndominium in a fire. If you feel led to donate, comment in the YouTube chat, !Kyle, and it will lead you to the GoFundMe. We thank you all for watching along and sticking with us here at Elevated TV for this Southern Family 92. First LCQ of the night, and I can't tell you for sure how many will transfer because it was going to be 3 when we didn't run our last heat race, so I'm going to take a guess and a gander and guess that it's going to be 8. Green flagging away, the 14 of Cooper Reed heavy into the back of Billy Gregg. It actually gave him a great jump out of turn number 2, and Billy Gregg is going to take it on the outside. A lot of drivers hard to the outside wall of turn number 2. Meanwhile, almost 3 wide up for the battle for 3rd. Cooper Reed on the outside. This is Timothy Walter down on the inside. They battle side by side, and the 14 of Redmond goes down to the inside wall. He makes contact with it, but we stay green on the racetrack. Battle farther in the back. This is Cooper Reed and Walter. Excuse me, this is that battle for 3rd that we were looking along with a moment ago. So it's Walter, Reed, then that 03 of Griffin, and Enoch McNeil is right there. Then it's a larger gap back to Gabe Saavedra in 7th, almost a second of a gap. What a jump for Billy Gregg to get it out on the outside from the jump. Battle here for 2nd as yellow flies yet again on lap number 9. It's the 84 of Trace Latour having a problem yet again. So look along here with Trace Latour, and has a loose moment out of turn 4, tries to correct it but can't quite save the modified, and stopped on the front stretch long enough for the caution to be thrown. So 9 laps complete, 8 minutes have elapsed so far, and I imagine we will get to the end of our laps before we get done on time. And what a move. What a move by Billy Gregg on the outside.
Yes, sir. He made that outside. He powered on the outside and made it work.
He really did. Pinch down the leader of Casey Quigley and was able to get that position. So Bobo Brown going around, getting his lap back. Imagine he'll pass the pace car this time by.
Very famous at Bowman Gray.
A Bobo Brown?
Yes, sir. Him and Jonathan John Boy Brown.
There we go. Okay. Is that another pair of Brown brothers?
Yes, sir. They are brothers.
I thought so. So side by side, back up towards the front. It's Billy Green now down to the inside. Quigley on the outside. Big stack up on the restart. They keep the modified straight, and we stay green for it. Billy Green gets away clean. Then it's Quigley and Reed, second and third. Timothy Walter and Cody Griffin battle it out for this fourth spot. Griffin tries to get to the inside, not able to make the move just yet. Saavedra around in the back yet again out of turn number 2. This night, not how he wanted to have it going. Look along here with Saavedra. Oh, he's going to make contact with that 06. And I think, yes, that's Brian Green that he made contact with there down in turn number 2. So Saavedra will bring it here to the pit lane to make repairs on that Touring modified. Again, we want to shout out our big thanks to Choice Tire and Auto sponsoring those heat race winners from earlier, and 4 Wide Motorsports for giving that $20 to the winner of heat race number 3. We don't have any for our LCQ, but we're going to have a lot more in our feature race. But again, a big thanks to Zach Staley Racing and Sawyer Blevins Racing, both giving $100 to the winner of the feature at the end of tonight. We line them back up 2 by 2 on the front row. Billy Gregg, Casey Quigley side by side. Green flag is away for Green and Quigley. 20 laps to go, now 19 as they cross the stripe. And look at it, the 27 of Quigley pull the move that Green did earlier on, and he's going to take the lead back as a caution is out again. It is Trace Latour. Cannot stay away from calamity tonight. Looked like he had a moment, might have had a moment here with Saavedra. We'll watch along, gets into the outside. Oh, and just makes contact with Bobo Brown. Tries to come down the track, but it was 3 wide for a moment. Bobo couldn't have gone any lower. So it looks like, since we had not completed that lap before the caution, Billy Gregg will be scored with the lead. So it was a great move by Casey Quigley, but he did not get it because we did not complete that lap. So he'll try to do it again, but I can bet you that he is frustrated, Jonathan.
Yeah. Unfortunately, man, I think Billy Gregg's pretty much have this one in the bag.
I don't know. I mean, Casey Quigley has put up a great fight on the outside. I don't think I'd give it to him yet.
I'm gonna go with him.
You're gonna stick with him. I'm gonna say that Quigley is good on the outside, and I don't know who's gonna turn up front at the end. Hey, our producer is going with Cody Griffin back from 5th. See if he can make his spots up. Green flag away again. 18 to go in this LCQ. Billy Gregg gets it on the bottom side. Quigley pulls into line. Then it's Cooper Reed, and side by side here for Walter and Enoch McNeil. So Enoch trying to get up into this 5th spot. Walter trying to find the bottom. Again, this is a bottom feeder track, Southern National. So once you get that bottom lane, it's good. Contact between McNeil and Walter. Walter tried to pull the crossover but could not get down in line. And contact up front, it's Cooper Reed going around as well as Casey Quigley. Right as I clicked away on the sim, I saw Quigley going sideways. And so Quigley gonna have a huge problem here. Running in second, Cooper Reed right behind, and it looks like Reed might get a run. Yes, a stack up there. Greg into the corner, and then Reed and Quigley make contact. Look who is in second. It is that 03 of Cody Griffin. He started on the front row of the first heat race, had a problem and could not get back into that top 5. Well, he has moved himself and kept himself near the front in this heat race, and so producer Cody Deemers, his pick looking more likely as they run. So 15 minutes elapsed now, halfway through in time, just about halfway through in our laps as well, 16 complete. It's been a wild one, and we'll stack them up again, lights out on the pace car. It'll be Billy Gregg and Cody Griffin side by side for this lead. Can Griffin pinch down Gregg and get it off the restart, or will Gregg have a stellar jump? Green flag is away, and I think Gregg got a good jump. Contact back for third. That's going to move Enoch McNeil into that third place position. Cooper Reed fighting on the bottom side with Timothy Walter. They run fourth and fifth, but looking back up front, Cody Griffin pounding the back bumper when caution comes out. I think it was Chase Johnson. Yep, Chase Johnson in that number 39. Spinner down on the back straightaway. Take a look back at it. Downs through turn 1 and 2, goes a little bit high, and yep, loose out of turn 2, and keeps it off the inside wall there, but locks it down, and the caution has to get out. Oh, he makes contact there with that left front, and big damage for Saavedra. That right front is destroyed. Not sure where he picked up that damage, but that modified is done for. It's going to need a front clip, as they would say, and he has that fast repair in his back pocket, so he will magically get that right front back and go back out to the track. So Billy Gregg was on the front row in his heat race and had a problem. He got stacked up from the rear and got made contact with, and he got spun around from the front row. But he's been on the front row all night long tonight, and he has looked really darn good. The question is, can he keep it to the end? Listen to the awesome sound of these engines, even at idle. So lights off on the pace car yet again. It's Billy Gregg, Cody Griffin on the front row. Will we see the same as before, or will something different remain? Green flag back at it in the LCQ. Billy Gregg great down to the bottom side. Cody Griffin gonna have to settle for second at the moment. Tries to pull a crossover, caution out again. Let's see, it is the driver of SimPod 3, and that is Stephen Porkchop Warden. So it looks like he had a problem in the backfield, stacked up there on the inside. As the 25 goes down to the bottom, gets the apron and gets it again. That spins him out into the inside wall of turn 2. He's out on track long enough to pull the caution. Cody Deemers just had a bit of a thought. He said, if any of the SimPod drivers have any issues or problems with each other, well, they can turn to their left or to their right and have some discussion. They're all sitting next to each other. big thanks again to Race Mode for getting those 7 drivers in the sim pods, in the racing rigs for this Southern Family 92. Let's not forget, viewers, race fans, after this LCQ, we will have that 125 lap feature, $400 to be decided between them. So if you've gone anywhere, we'll come back. And if you're staying, don't go anywhere because we got a lot more to come from tonight. Billy Gregg, Cody Griffin, front row again, green flag. Good restart from Gregg. Griffin has to settle for second on the bottom. Can he get back to that back bumper? Meanwhile, Enoch McNeil puts himself up into third. And it's Cooper Reed and Cole Bannock making up your top 5. Cody Griffin right on the heels of Gregg. Big contact with the outside wall. That's going to slow him down. Gregg's going to like to see that one. 9 laps as they come across the stripe. So Cody Griffin, you can see that car having a bit of a problem as Enoch McNeil gets the wall as well in that 05. The 03 of Griffin here, a little bit slower, caution out. So looks like it is Trace Latour having another issue. Let's see if it was a solo incident or if it involved other drivers. We look along with the 39 of Chase Johnson. Oh, it's gonna involve others. It starts with Saavedra getting into Johnson. Bobo almost gets into it, and then it looks like Trace Latour just has contact with Saavedra after. Driver in the wall in the outside. Was that Cody Griffin? Oh my goodness. That's your second place runner of Cody Griffin. Under caution, makes contact with the outside wall. That right front is destroyed. He's gonna have to bring it down to pit road. What just happened under this caution period? We'll have to take a look back at what happened here for this 03. Watching along with the 03 of Griffin. Oh, that's his wheel disconnecting. Yep. That is a disconnection from his wheel or the server in some aspect. So his screen might have gone black, so it was either his wheel or his server, and that car went straight right into the wall. And I'm sad to say it, Cody, it's not looking good for your pick anymore. Oh, he's going to get his spot back, so I take away my statement. Technical problem. Cody Griffin will get it back. Billy Gregg holds it out front. Single file restarts back in effect. Calamity near the backfield. This is Cooper Reed and Cole Bannock trying to go at it here for the 4th spot. They're going to make some contact. 14 of Reed will get it on the outside with the momentum, but Bannock not done. Reed leaves in the lane, but he still gets it off the corner. So Bannock back in 5th. Little contact. Timothy Walter is in the wall. Big contact with Cole Bannock. And more contact with the 27 of Quigley. Yeah, looks like Bannock got way loose, corrected, got up into the wall, and then more contact with Saavedra and Quigley. Remind you, 26 laps completed in this race. When we come to green, it'll be 4 laps to go. Somebody saying in the chat, maybe the 03 shouldn't get a spot back. You know, I'm one to advocate for the internet problems, and you know, it wasn't a racing incident. We're very much under caution. But it has been Billy Gregg all day long. Do you think anyone can challenge him, Jonathan?
No, sir. I think he's a regular. Like I said, he's a regular guy that runs modifieds. He knows everything about these, so I think he's about got these guys covered. Unlike Griffin, you got to think Griffin. He runs. He used to run in the late models, so he's not used to the modifieds.
Not as used to these modifieds as a lot of other drivers in this field. Lights out on the pace car once more. It'll be 4 to go as they come across the stripe. Billy Gregg, Cody Griffin, Enoch McNeil, Cooper Reed, Tyler Redmond, your top 5. What does Cody Griffin have for this 98 caution? Incidents in the backfield. This might involve Timothy Walter. You saw him involved there in that last incident, but he might be involved here. So we'll take a look back, see what happened here, right along with Brannick. 3 wide up front. Yeah, Brannick goes sideways. And yeah, it looks like that was the only call. He's in turn 1 long enough for the caution to be called out. Time limit on this consolation race, 30 minutes. And we are at 26 so far. So I was almost sure that we might not incur time, but it is a possibility, because when we come back, it'll be 3 laps to go. I bet you Billy Gregg is ready to get this one over with so that he can get into this feature and fight for the win. He's going to have a long way to go doing it from the mid-pack to the back after getting out of the LCQ. Lights out on the pace car this time. Griffin and Gregg up near the front, and Griffin, oh my gosh, wrecking on the front stretch. Oh, they're stacked up all the way in turn number 1. And so it's Cooper Reed and many other drivers having big issues on the restart. Take a look back at it here as we were coming to green. This is Cooper Reed. Oh, looks like he might have missed a shift there. What do you think, Jonathan?
It looks like he missed the shift, or may have forgotten where the gas pedal was.
I think so. Looks like he was trying to go from second to third. Missed it. Stacked up the field as they were single file. So Billy Gregg has controlled it ever since the start of this race. And we know Cody Griffin has been there for quite a while, but what about him? 11 positions gained here in this LCQ. So he did not start near the front, had to work his way up here, and has kept it clean ever since. I know Griffin will definitely want a few more laps in this one. Lights off again on the pace car. Billy Gregg, Cody Griffin, Enoch McNeil, the top 3 so far. 2 laps to go when we cross the stripe. They're clean off the restart. Battle here for third between Bobo Brown and Enoch McNeil. Bobo had the problem earlier. Battling back, another car battling back is Casey Quigley. He makes contact, in big contact with Walter. They're going to go around in turn number 2, but the white flag is out. It's going to be Billy Gregg picking up the LCQ win. Enoch McNeil, Timothy Walter, Bobo Brown, your top 5. Then it was Gabe Savidra, Casey Quigley, Tyler Redmond, Chase Johnson, and Trace Latour. And it looks like we will have a second LCQ.
Go to commercial real fast.
We're going to go to commercial, and we'll be right back for this second LCQ.
Welcome back to Southern National Motorsports Park. As LCQ is on the way, and there goes a big one already. Wow, we got to go back and see what happened. We got a big pile up in the back here. Like Stack Daily, the 23, the 7. A bunch of them. It's too many of them to read there. All stacked up in the back there like a parking lot. Right. I can't see the numbers.
Oh my gosh.
Yes,
I'm back.
Yes.
I'm glad I am back. I had to get a whole nother cup of water, guys. I exhausted my first one within the first 2 heat races. Had to get that refilled and get us ready to go, firemen. And I think we are ready to go. It's Dakota Malloy up near the front. He had big problems in his heat race, but he's trying to keep it green here so far. 1 lap completed. Lights off on the pace car. It's Bradley Young to his outside. Green flag away. Oh, up and over and around, out of turn number 2. The caution flies immediately. It's Kyler Staley, and I believe that is the 85 of Brandon Kiger. You see that 31 of Staley. Oh my goodness, yeah, the 23 just really pushed him into the corner. That was Caden Camper. That's what started all of that. So Bradley Young out front. Looks like we have Dakota Malloy had that one for a moment. He was on pole for this race. But Bradley Young got it on the jump before that caution. We've seen a lot of people, Jonathan, do it from the outside.
Yes, sir.
So Bradley Young starting on the inside, Dakota Malloy on the outside. And it's a 6 of Zayden Camper. Your top 3. Trevor Vaden in that 18 outside the second row. Lights off on the pace car for Young. Green flag is away. Big stack up. Oh, they're all around. Vaden, Young, as well as Caden Camper. Take a look back at it. Yeah, leaders hadn't gone, and drivers behind trying to get the jump. So Trevor Vaden trying to get back around to this field. And you saw there, Jonathan, just a stack up. A lot of drivers trying to get a good jump on the restart, and the leaders just didn't quite go when they expected.
Yes, sir. It looks like to me the second row kind of got a jump there and just wiped out the field.
I'd have to agree.
We got to see what race control thinks about that.
Yeah, race control definitely not going to be happy with some of these moments, trying to get these drivers to clean it up out on track. So Trevor Vaden looking like he was going to go to the pit lane there, just pulling down to the bottom, getting to the rear of this field after being involved in that incident. And so drivers trying to figure out where they are positioned on this field. The Dakota Malloy will be back up front. It'll be Zayden Camper, Dylan Connor, and Blake Farmer on your front row. Malloy gets away with it. Spinner in the back. That's the 35 of Craig Hartless. He went around out of turn number 2. Did not go on the restart down in turn number 1. Oh yeah, gets the apron, it just gets loose. Such a common thing. Oh my goodness, and up and over for the 85 of Brandon Kiger. So Jonathan, that's another common theme that we have seen tonight, is drivers getting that bottom of the apron, losing all grip and going around.
Yeah, at this track here, you gotta kind of watch for that bottom. That apron will get you, and it would make your car very uphill.
Yeah, that apron will definitely get you very loose down on the bottom.
And if you ain't careful, you ain't watching what you're doing, you can catch it just right and tear the whole field up.
I think that is definitely something that is possible here in these races. So 4 laps complete, 9 minutes elapsed so far. And with us having the 2 LCQs, I've got to imagine, I'm going to do some quick math. Oh, I'm never good at math. I'm not even going to try. That's why I'm a communications and broadcast major. Green flag is away for Dakota Malore and Brandon Kiger out up front. Excuse me, that is Dylan Connor. On my sheet it said Kiger, but it is Dylan Connor. And Dylan Connor, the driver, going to do it from the outside to take the lead away from Malore. Battle here for third between Xander Camper and Zach Staley. Cross each other up. Great move here from Staley. Big contact between them while spinners in the back bring out your caution yet again. So what a job from that 91 of Dylan Connor to get it done from the outside. We've seen that a lot, and it has worked out for drivers. Now he just has to defend from Malore doing the same thing back on this next restart. So it's Connor, Malore, Camper, Staley, and Dorney, your first 5 in this LCQ. And I was going to talk about doing my math a minute ago, and I want to say that it's going to be 13 that will transfer out of the 2 LCQs. So since we had our second one, Jonathan, I think it's going to be 13. I don't know how they're going to split that by deciding which one will be which, because they decided earlier, it's in my notes, that 28 cars will make the feature race.
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to decide that. That's all up to them. I know one thing. It's been a wild ride for some of these guys.
You are right. Wild ride is probably the tip of the iceberg for the definitions of some of these drivers' experiences tonight. It's Dylan Connor, Dakota Malore on your front row. Sack up on the restart, sideways, but everybody keeps it going straight and in the right direction. Dylan Connor gets it from the bottom, Malore on the backside. It was almost 3 wide for a moment here in the backfield. It's 35 of Craig Hartless down on the bottom. Drivers and cars going around him very quickly. We look here at Craig Hartless and that 18 of Trevor Vaden. Vaden currently running in the 6th position, trying to get up to Blake Dorney for that top 5. Big time loose moment for Caden Camper in that number 23. Back up towards the front. It's Zach Staley on the inside, Dakota Malore, as a caution flies. Oh my gosh, Dakota Malore, big contact with the 6 of Zayden Camper. Check up because of the caution, and Dakota Malore will get this spot back. He was battling with Staley, and here the caution flies. The 6, oh yeah, big checkup. Camper not able to get on the brakes fast enough. Not sure who caused that original caution. Take a look back here in the backfield. Oh, here it is. It's the 31 and Bradley Young getting connected. That 31 was Kyler Staley, so it was Staley and Young getting connected here. That was a battle right inside of the top 10. Lights off, 1 to go. This time by, they get ready. Dylan Connor on the bottom. Now Staley on the top. Then it's Malore down on the bottom. Green flag away again here to lap number 11. It's Malore and Staley battling it out, but Staley is going to prevail on the top side. Caution again. Oh, big contact out of turn number 4 for many drivers. Here, Camper is involved. At 26 is involved. That is Owen Hester. Saw Zayden Camper running up near the front before this. We'll look right along with him to see what happened. He was in 4th position. This was earlier on. That was that checkup that lap before. So he's on pit row. We'll take a look to see what happened this time around. As our man, Cody Deemers, aka Rooster, gets here to be able to find it. Running 5th at this moment. Oh, yep, there you go. Contact with Caden Camper. And then when he comes back down, other drivers made contact as well. So 15 minutes complete in this race. Only 11 laps completed so far. So Malore got that one back with the lap not being completed from Staley. But it's Dylan Connor down on the bottom and in the lead. Green flag flies for him. They get and away. Staley prevailing on the bottom side as caution flies again. It's that 31 of Kyler Staley seeming to have some sort of issue here in turn number 1. Oh my goodness, yeah, big checkup into turn 1. And Camper not on the brakes. So I bet you, Jonathan, that Dylan Connor is having to like this.
Oh yeah, he's probably sitting back with a smile on his face right now. But you can bet one thing, Scott. I bet race control is not liking it too well.
No, they are definitely not. I'm in the Iracing session, and they have definitely been unhappy with some of their drivers out on track. We double them up yet again to get this LCQ continuing on. Dylan Connor continues to be the control car. Dakota Malore to the outside. I gotta say, that's such a cool name, Dakota Malore. Green flag is away. Great jump for Connor. He gets a great move. Staley moves through on the bottom. Bit of contact there with Malore. That's going to open the door for Blake Dorney on the bottom. He's going to make contact with Malore. They go around in turn 4. That all rhymes as the caution flies. Dakota Malore broken right front as he made heavy contact with the outside wall. And that was Caden Camper upside down in turn number 1. You see here, Blake Dorney moved to the inside, overshoots the corner, makes contact with Malore, and behind them, cars get collected. Excuse me, that was Trevor Vaden, one of those cars. That's Trevor Vaden. Yeah, you can see there, right front destroyed for that 46 to happen with that contact with the outside wall. So Dylan Connor continues to ride. Then it's Zach Staley, Blake Dorney, Brandon Kiger, and Kyler Staley, your current top 5. 19 minutes elapsed 14 laps completed. Lights off on the pace car. Drivers doubled up yet again. Everyone trying to figure out where they should be. Not a question for Staley and Connor. Connor, the control car, jumps in the zone. Meanwhile, might have been an early jump there for Zach Staley. Gets it away very easy on the front. So Zach Staley up in the lead as they're around of turn 2. Yellow flag. Dylan Connor asking over the radio about Staley jumping the start. Bradley Young, one of these drivers involved in this incident. He was running in the 7th position here on the inside of Farmer. Oh, just gets tagged by the 6 car, and that was Zayden Camper. So they're letting Staley has the lead right now. I don't think Dylan Connor is too happy about this one. What do you think, Jonathan? Do you think Staley jumped it?
I think he jumped to the start line. It was plain and simple. I think the second place car should get his spot back.
I definitely agree. But that is not our decision to be made. So we will stay up here in our comfy chairs in the booth. It is nice and warm here too. I imagine if we were actually at Southern National, it would be very, very cold. There is snow up there on the ground.
Ice and snow on the ground.
Oh, goodness. Well, you know, actually, I can't say that I'd rather be here in the sim than there, because I'd much rather be at the actual racetrack. But we'll suit it for the sim tonight. It'll be Kyler Staley up with the lead the first time. Or excuse me, this is Zach Staley. I got the brothers confused. Oh, excuse me, father and son. Zach is the father, Kyler the son. I thought they were brothers. Thank you for checking me on that one. Mr. Deemers. Not going green, light still on the pace car. Everyone trying to figure out where they need to be.
I'm not sure it does not.
Yeah, I was going to say, no, it does not. A lot of drivers in here having a lot of miscommunications out on the racetrack. So normally, no.
As a matter of fact, you hardly ever see it close to that other national.
That's not the case tonight. Zach Staley on the front row, and look at that. A jump from Dylan Connor. And, I mean, that one was blatant, but look, he believes that Zach Staley jumped it last time. He jumped it this time to get the lead back. And so it's all even between them now. Drivers fighting out for position. The 31 of Kyler Staley. He is up into 5th position. We're single file for the first time in this LCQ, and take that now or not. It's Blake Dorney, heavy contact with the outside wall. That'll move Kyler Staley on and through into 4th. Another big set of contact for that 47 as the caution waves. Oh, there we go. Simpod number 4 of Owen Hester going around. Yeah, I think that other driver was Simpod number 4 of Craig Hartless. They can yell at each other next to Cody Deemers in my ear. So Dylan Connor back up towards the front after what is really a jump start. I mean, But hey, he believes that Zach Staley did it to him, and so he got that lead back. And so I wonder here if Staley will try anything from the outside this time around. We'll have to see. He knows he won't get a penalty, so he might as well try. He's not going to. Clean restart here for them. It's a good restart from Staley on the top side, and he'll definitely get it for sure this time on the outside of Dylan Connor. Zach Staley up in third. Contact with the 85 of Brandon Kiger. Kiger's going to move up into second, and Dylan Connor, heavy contact to the inside wall as he was battling for that lead. Dylan Connor battling here with Staley. And he's gonna, oh yeah. Staley comes down the track, Connor trying to come up the track, and they make contact. Normally right front to left rear doesn't really work, Jonathan.
No, sir, it does not. It don't go too well.
It does not go too well normally, for sure.
Oh, man. I agree with him. I don't think they have this many cautions at a NASCAR race.
Well, these drivers truly deucing it out on the pavement. And it's Zach Staley out with the lead. And I gotta wonder where Dylan Connor will end up after that incident. Have to see if he's going to be able to make his way up through this field. Getting you your every so caution lap count, 20 laps complete, but 26 and a half minutes completed in the session. So this one might go to time if race control calls it. Doubled up, lights out on the pace car. It's Zach Staley and Craig Hartless making up your front row. A great job for Staley. A bit of a contact in the back, and someone's going around. It's the 85 of Kiger. He was running in third and might have had some contact there with Trevor Vaden. Kiger not able to go. Oh, yeah. And look at that. Farmer pushes Malore up into Kiger. And I didn't think it was possible, but someone has used all of their 3 fast repairs. And that is Owen Hester. Oh, and Brandon Kiger just turns it into the wall. Definitely upset after that incident there. Single file restarts from here on out.
Come on, guys, let's calm down. Let's get us some green flag runs, man.
Lights back on the pace car as they remain single file. So Zach Staley, it's the father-son duo 1 and 2 at this moment. I know that they are definitely happy. They definitely wish this was the feature and not the LCQ, but still a 1-2 is a 1-2. The question is, firemen, can they hold it? Pace car pulls down a pit road.
So.
Zach Staley gets away. It's Kyler Staley right behind. Single filed out here for this pack. And so the father and son will go to battle. Oh, problems for the 7. Oh my goodness, yep. The 7 is done and destroyed. I looked back in the back for one moment to try to see if we had any battles going on, and the battle came back to the front between the father and son duo. Take a look back at it here. Oh yeah, and there you go. Zach Staley gets the left front on the bottom, comes back up into the track, and a lot of drivers nowhere to go. And all of you race fans are here watching. Thank you to everyone being here. Again, Zach Staley Racing and Sawyer Blevins Racing, big thanks to them sponsoring both $100 to the race winner tonight. And another big shout out to Trace Latour Racing, $200 for the winner as well. $400 to win. So it'll be the son, Kyler Staley, up towards the front, and then it'll be the 4 of Owen Hester. That's Simpod number 4. Excuse me. Then it's Trevor Vaden, Hall Farmer, and Dakota Malloy, your top 5. They get going green and away. Battle for second. Trevor Vaden moves himself on through. Great move from Vaden. Cars spread out in single file. They're going to try to get this one in all the way to the end. We've elapsed over 30 minutes now, and so they're going to keep these drivers on racing. Next caution will end the race no matter what. And for the first time tonight, they decide to go here. Green flag racing. 31 of Staley has a problem. Trevor Vaden getting up there very quickly, but he has a big problem, and that was the checkered flag. And so a win for Kyler Staley. What a great job. Then it's Trevor Vaden, Owen Hester, Dakota Malloy, and Dylan Connor, your top 5. And here we go, your grid for the feature race of the Southern Family 92 at Southern National. It's the Pole Award presented by Eric Messer Photography. He'll win $70 and a t-shirt for that pole position. Then it's Aaron Stoltz on the outside in that 02. It's Adam Baker and Billy Gregg making up your second row. Third row, 5th and 6th will be Chase Pierce and Cody Griffin. Row number 4 will be that 46 of Dakota Malloy, and then it's the 07 of Riley Neal. Row number 5 will be that 51 of Austin Taylor and the 81 of Austin Pack. 11th and 12th, row number 6, Colton Brooks and Brian Poole. 13th, 14th will be Tyler Hensley and Bryce Nelson. 15th, 16th will be Simpod number 6. That is our man Brandon Valentine. And then it is Carson Lofton. 17th, 18th will be Casey Quigley and Brian Poole. 18th or 19th and 20th will be Ryder Tomeno, and that will be Caden Camper in Simpod. Fireman?
'21st will be the 44 of Dominique Lumley. 22nd will be the 85 of Brendan Keegler. 23rd will be the 91 of Dylan Connor. 24th will be Timmy Walter. 25th will be 47 of Blake Dorney. The 26th position will be Colt Brooks. 27th will be Tyler Staley. 28 will be Zader Kampler. 29th will be Tyler Redmond. And 30th will be Bradley Young.
That's how they
31st,
finished. That we only have 27 in here tonight, so that will be your grid. Lights out on the pace car. Barney the flagman getting ready to send these drivers green. Lights out back on the pace car. So we're trying to get them lined up and ready to go here for 125 laps. And I want to let y'all know we've got a few extra sponsorships. Choice Tire and Auto will give $25 to the leader at lap 31. Pool Auto Dealing will give the lap leader on lap 46 $25. And Terry and Jennifer Freeman, $25 to the lap leader on lap 75. So we'll make sure that we get those shouted out. Another shout out to Bollocks Creations. 2 tumblers will go to the race winner. So we'll make sure to get those in contact. Again, if you feel led to donate to Kyle Sutherland, it's _Kyle in the YouTube chat. Lights are out this time around for the pace car. 92 laps ahead for this feature race. And lights are out on the pace car, but we're not going to go again. So they'll stay off this time by. Pace car will stay out. 27 drivers make up the field tonight. And a lot of them have not driven in a while. So getting them ready to go. Lights are out on the pace car. Will pull the pit road. Green flag is away for the Southern Family 92 at Southern National. Side by side for this lead between Stoltz and Dalton. Dalton big time sideways out of the corner. Stoltz has a great run here on the outside. Can he take this lead away? Dalton throws it down into turn number 2. Stoltz still trying to make it work on the high side. They're still side by side battling for this lead. Car around in the back. It's Carson Lofton. Excuse me, it wasn't Lofton. I had him highlighted. I think it was Riley Neal. Something happened. I believe it was Riley Neal. I believe him and Austin Pack might have made contact here in this next corner. And yes, Austin Pack tried to go for the move, made contact with the 07. And that's going to put the 07 all the way towards the back. Again, thanks to all of you race fans watching along here tonight in the YouTube chat. So thankful that all of you are here. That was a great side-by-side battle there for the lead, Jonathan, eh? What am I, Canadian?
Yeah, that was some good racing between Ross and Schultz there. They definitely were putting on a show until Ross Dalton got lost. He lost. He got loose when he lost all the momentum.
He did. Green flag away here for the second time. It's Stoltz and Dalton side by side. Stoltz has the bottom this time around. Oh, big move. Carson Lofton is going to get turned by Adam Baker. And it looked like Lofton was trying to squeeze down and get a hole that wasn't quite there. That's going to be big damage for both of them. Carson Lofton cleared himself into that corner. And I'm surprised that Baker didn't let off to let him in there, because again, it is early on in this race. Yeah, often was not clear. We are going to go side by side here really quickly, and we'll be back to you with the rest of the action from the Southern Family 92.
Basket can't defend. He's got the outside line for the second part, and he can't hold on.
Going the long way around. We're going to be 3 wide for the lead as they all come to the line. Who is going to take it in the end?
And here comes Lockwood. He's going to make the move to the outside. Quinn tries to force him off a little bit, but there he goes. It's going to be side by side through turn 1.
Will he be able to cover him off? He does. Weaving back to the left-hand side. Reynolds is trying everything. The kitchen sink is being thrown at it.
They're leaning on each other. Coming into turn number 3. It's going to be a drag race through 3 and 4. Coming back to the line. Here comes Frisch on the bottom. Bouchard's going to hold the inside. Tries to be the late breaker here. They're going to be side by side through the final chicane. They bang doors, but keep it clean.
As they're still 4 wide on the run down into the back straightaway. Demerit's looking for a line as well. What is going on in Michigan?
Novak into the fence. They're still beating and banging.
Oh
and to
goodness.
the line.
He is much faster coming through there. Is there damage on Challenger? Abramitis is ahead. There's going to be a race to the line. Who is going to get it?
here at Southern National. 7 laps complete so far in the Southern Family 92. So we've had a couple of cautions. It looks like Dakota Malore might have been one of the drivers involved. Gonna make contact here with the inside wall, just barely, but looks like it started up in front of him. The 03 battling there. Makes heavy contact with the tire barrels there. So Cody Griffin back up here near the front. He was involved there earlier. So he's going to be sitting near the back. It's the 02 of Stoltz. Him and Ross Dalton up front ever since. If I was a driver, I think honestly, Jonathan, if I was a driver and there's $400 on the line, you can make me race till 2 in the morning.
Hey, to be honest, bud, I would if I won them $400, I'd donate it right to the Southern Family. It wouldn't bother me.
I think that's an excellent choice. We line them up again. 2x2, pace car off to the pit lane. It's Aaron Stoltz, Ross Dalton making up your front row. Green flag back there. Great jump for Dalton on the outside. No cross down. Stoltz is going to get sideways. He saves it. What a save, and 3 wide behind them. Austin Pack. Then it's Tamatino and Chase Pierce. Austin Pack hard into the outside wall. So another incident between drivers up near the front. Take a look back at it. You'll see here, oh yeah, oh my goodness. Heavy contact there for the 81 of Austin Pack. That was a lot happening there, Jonathan.
Oh yeah, it was. That was the big one, like Daytona. Yeah, that was a yes sir moment. We already had a lot of them. And I'm pretty sure we're going to have some more.
It'll be the 50 of Ross Dalton up near the front. And let's talk about what a save from the 02 of Stoltz.
Yeah, he was playing wheelman there. He had one heck of a save. I'm gonna give him props. I probably would have put it in the wall if I was trying to save it.
I would have as well. These Tourer Modifieds, so difficult to save without overcorrecting.
Let's see if the 4 got anything for old Boo Boo.
Let's see if Colton Brooks can challenge Ross Dalton. Green flag away here in the Southern Family 92. 10 laps clicked off. We look towards 31 for that first driver that will get $25. And Colton Brooks stuck on the outside here. Whoa! Big time sideways, but he saved it. Caution out farther back. Let's look along with the 07 of Riley Neal. See what might have happened here for this caution. See him here, a little shot from Malore. Looks like that was a 31 of Nelson that went up in turn number 4, and then it looks like Riley Neal got a bit of a hit from the rear. Ross Dalton has started a tally system. He's got someone in race control watching, and if you get 4 strikes, well, you're gone. So giving you a little bit of protection there with an extra strike, but if you get to it, you are gone. Pace car lights off, this time a bye. Dalton and Brooks. Great start from the inside with Brooks and Stoltz. That'll put Brooks back to 4th. He's trying to battle on this outside, but it's not going to work for him. Stays in line here in 3rd with Stoltz. Then it's a 31 of Kyler Staley in 4th, and Billy Gregg fighting on the inside of Simpod number 6. Valentine, that's Brandon Valentine for that 5th position. Try to make these modifieds as wide as they can to fight for position. Battles further in the back here with Riley Neal and Dominic Lumley. Lumley on the bottom here. He moves back. Riley Neal trying to continue to move forward. And look at that, Riley Neal trying to work his way through this field, getting a great run on the outside. But Lumley is going to get back to the inside here. This is the battle for 12 between Lumley and Neal. Neal going to be able to get back to the bottom. It's Dakota Malore right behind. A little bit of a battle here for the 10th position. This is between Walter and Shaw, as well as Riley Neal continuing to hound his way through this field. That 07 is fast, Jonathan. That 07 very fast, now on the heels of Timothy Walter. Well, we're going to mention Jackson Blaine Racing. They have also contributed to the pole award. So big thanks to them for their contribution. I want to shout them out and give a huge thanks as the caution flies here on lap 19. Chase Pierce, a driver that we know is fast here, running near the back. It looks like it might have been for incident, I would imagine. Yep. Looks like he got loose off the corner. He was running near the back. Surprised to see him get loose, but he did. Down, makes heavy contact with the inside wall, and then blinks and gets back. So Iracing through the caution. So 19 laps of our 92 completed so far. That was a nice green flag run that we had there. I could see some more of that, Jonathan.
Yeah, I would love to see some more of them long green flag runs, knock some laps down.
Knock some laps down in this Southern Family 92. Again, we're doing this all for a really good cause for Kyle Sutherland, raising money for him and his family after their barn dominium was burned down in a fire. So if you feel led to donate, comment in the YouTube chat, !Kyle, and it will lead you to the GoFundMe. So Dalton up on the front row. Excuse me, not Dalton. That's well, it is Ross Dalton. And there's another Dalton in the field. So that's Ross Dalton, Aaron Stoll, side by side. Oh, and car in the wreck, that's Trevor Vaden. Hard contact in the turn 2. Oh my goodness, it's a parking lot out there. Oh, excuse me. For some reason I said Kyle Sutherland. It's Kyle Southern. I think there's another league that I'm able to do that I think. Wait, no, is it? Is it Full Wide Motorsports? I thought it was. We have a driver. We get to do one of the series that also donated here tonight to Kyle Southern. And one of their drivers' last names is Sutherland. So excuse me, Kyle. Sorry about that one. Take along with Trevor Vaden. He was running in 10th, or about 11th when this happened. Just contact from the rear. I think that was Riley Neal. Yeah, it was. Oh my goodness. So drivers trying to get up in line and get this all fixed. Lights out on the pace car. Stoltz and Dalton make up your front row. Green flag is out and away again. 2 by 2 they run. Dalton gonna get it from the outside. He'll take it back from Stoltz this time around, coming to complete lap 21 on to lap 22. 10 laps to go until one of them or someone else will win $25. Trevor Vaden in the back almost had a bit of a moment there, able to keep it together. Single file up here through the top 8. So they're running well. Car up in turn number 2, keeps it going, so we keep it green flag racing for now. Caution is out. It's Trevor Vaden having another problem here. He was running back farther in the back after that last incident, gets loose off turn 4. Oh, makes heavy contact with the 2. Wave arounds coming. You'll see them come around here on the outside of the leaders, trying to get their laps back in this race. We're going to go side by side here real quick, and we'll be right back in the Southern Family 92. here under green flag conditions, and not for long. It's going to be a caution on the front straightaway. Cars getting together. Timothy Walter up in turn number 1, as well as Bryce Nelson. Timothy Walter bringing it down into the pit lane. The lone driver on the other side. Take a look back at it. Yeah, big stack up on the restart. Walter, big contact with Malore. Austin Pat getting involved, as well as Bryce Nelson. Say it again. Well, if you're wondering, YouTube chat, I'm not sure. Could not tell you. I am just up here in my booth, in my comfy chair, doing the job that I love. Continues to be Ross Dalton out front and Aaron Stoltz. It's been them all night long. Carson Lofton has moved his way back up into third after getting spun earlier in the race. Lights off on the pace car, and we're going to delay it real quick. Drivers trying to get back through this field, so the pace car is going to pull off. Okay, we are going to go green. They said they were going to delay it over the chat, but they did not. So there we go. Ross Dalton down on the bottom. Aaron Stoltz on the outside. Carson Lofton trying to make it move, work on the outside. Contact with Ross Dalton. Squeeze himself into a hole there. He's going to try to go for the inside here on Dalton. They're going to make heavy contact. They keep it straight. So some hard racing there for third between Dalton and Lofton. Keep it single file for the first 8 drivers in this line. And look at this, Ross Dalton, so heavy on the contact with Stoltzen. And looks like to me, for some reason, Dakota Malore is being scored first. I can tell you that that is definitely incorrect. Well, I appreciate those. I try to do my best, and I'm thankful that all of y'all are listening here and watching here in the Southern Family 92. Car sideways in turn 2, gets it back straight. We keep it green here out front. This is the 31 back near the middle. Trying to find on my screen, back towards the front. Looks like Ross Dalton gonna go for a move on the inside of Aaron Stoltz. Battle for the lead yet again between these two modified drivers. Carson Lofton trying to follow Dalton through with that open hole. Stoltz running from the outside, trying to get a great run. Lofton squeezing his way in there, moves Stoltz up the racetrack. So Carson Lofton moves his way, muscles his way up into second. Farther in the back, we got Adam Baker fighting to the inside of Trevor Baden. This is the battle for 12 between these two drivers. And it's a 33, Simpod 6, Brandon Valentine, excuse me, I want to say Valentine, it's Valentine. They're running in 13th as caution waves. It's a 91 of Dylan Connor and the 2 of Timothy Walter making contact in turn 3. Yeah, it just looks like Timothy Walter goes for the inside. The hole did not quite present itself. Oh, a little bit of extracurricular there between Stoltz and Lofton. Not sure what that was about between those two drivers. Fireman, little extracurricular here.
Yeah, a little extra fireworks.
That is one way you could definitely say it between Lofton and Stoltz. We'll see if that will translate to some more aggression on the racetrack under green flag condition. So 36 laps complete, and that tells me that I missed something that I need to go back and check to make sure that we are giving it. I got to go back to lap 31. I was so caught up in our action there, in our green flag action, that I had missed the moment. And look at this. I'm going to check it out here. Yes, Aaron Stoltz is your leader at lap 31. And so Aaron Stoltz will get $25 from Choice Tire and Auto for leading that lap. So big shout out to those drivers, or excuse me, that driver. A little bit of lightning in turns 3 and 4, as some might say. All right, cars waving around this time by. They are doubled up. So Aaron Stoltz getting your first $25 of the day for leading a certain lap. And let's look at it. Our next lap will be lap 46, presented by Pool Auto Detailing. So we'll look to lap 46 for our leader. Field stacked up yet again. It's the 50 of Ross Dalton on the bottom. Lofton on the outside did not go. So Aaron Stoltz trying to squeeze his way through on the bottom. I don't think Lofton's going to let it go easy. Stoltz and him making heavy contact out of turn number 4. So hard racing between the two. This is going to let Ross Dalton get away. And so Lofton not making it easy on Aaron Stoltz at all. Hard racing between the two. I hear a car going around there. It was the 58 or 98 of Billy Gregg. That all happened on lap 39 into turn number 1. Take a look back at it here from Billy Gregg. Oh yeah, just tries to turn to the bottom. The hole had not yet presented itself. So we almost had it there, Jonathan. This field getting set. Ross Dalton leading plenty of laps here this evening. It's been him and Stoltz going at it, but Lofton has entered himself into the battle. Carson Lofton trying to take this one away. The top 3 battle is great. I do agree. Those drivers going at it with some hard racing and definitely some aggression, but keeping it clean. That's the racing that I like. And it's the 4 on the outside. Colton Brooks has done himself a great job to keep up within that top 5. Pace car pulls down. Green flag is away for Ross Dalton. Hard racing continues between Lofton and Stoltz here for this second position. Stoltz shoving it into the bottom. It gets shoved by Brooks. That's going to shove further in and Lofton. Lofton's going to, oh no. They're going to go into turn number 2. Oh, and Lofton's going to wreck him. Yep. Lofton tries to wreck Stoltz. And that was one of those things where you just don't know what happens behind you, Jonathan. You know, I imagine that Lofton thinks that Stoltz just shoved him up into the corner, but he had big contact from Brooks. They look back at it here. Look at Stoltz He's going to get shoved by the 4, and that's going to shove both of them up into the corner. And then, yeah, it just looks like they beat it down on the straightaway. And then here, they wreck each other. So I bet, Jonathan, at that moment that Ross Dalton was glad to be out front and away from all of the mess. So lights out this time by. It's going to be some new drivers making up those first 4 positions, capitalizing here on other drivers' misfortunes. It's that 62 of Dominic Lumley on the outside, Riley Neal, and the 31 of Kyler Staley. Green flag flies again, air at lap 41. And that was lap 41, so that will be your $25 to, wait, no, it's lap 46 that we're waiting for. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. Ross Dalton is looking good for that $25 award at lap 46, but we're not quite there yet. Hard racing here between Riley Neal and Dominic Lumley. Lumley falls down into 3rd, and Riley, the real deal Neal, moves himself up into 2nd. Hard racing between Adam Baker and Bryce Nelson, or excuse me, Connor Shaw at the moment. Bryce Nelson, the next car that Adam Baker will look forward to. A little bit of a stack up between him and Enoch McNeil. That's going to move them even closer. So Adam Baker, another fast driver here tonight. We look further back. We look at Carson Lofton trying to work his way back towards the front. He's working on Trevor Vaden in that 18. He'll have a great run here down into turns 1 and 2. He'll move right past Vaden here on the bottom side. And there we go. We have crossed over into lap number 46. So that'll be Pool Auto Detailing giving the $25 to Ross Dalton. So congratulations, Ross, on leading that one. Look back up front to him. Leading well out front, but look at that. Riley Neal within 0.3 of a second now, trying to hunt down that 50 car. 43 laps to go left in the Southern Family 92. Riley Neal trying to get through here, trying to get to the back of this 50. The gap still 0.3 of a second between the two of them. And what a night for Dominic Lumley, Kyle Staley, Adam Baker, all putting themselves up in the top 5. Caution flies at 41 to go. We had a great run there, but it ends here. And it's with this 51 car, who I'm not sure who that is. Oh my goodness, it started farther back. It was the 2 car. Oh my goodness, backs up on track. The 51 tries to get around him, but that started much earlier. Yeah, thanks for that in the chat, Brian. Glad that we could get that one done on behalf of Pool Auto Detailing on lap 46. So congratulations to Ross Dalton for winning that $25. So that leads us to our last lap giveaway. And that'll be on lap 75, presented by Terry and Jennifer Freeman. Ross Dalton trying to get the pole award. He got $70 for that. He just got $25 for that, so he's almost crossed $100. If he can win, if he can lead on lap 75, he'll cross over into that $100 mark. And if he can win, he'd cross over $500 won tonight. What was that, producer Cody? A U-Car, I'm hearing that a U-Car race pays $500 to win here IRL. So these drivers here tonight trying to win that much money in the sim. Field doubles up again tonight. It's Riley, the real deal Neal, on the outside of Ross Dalton. Neal was catching Dalton there in that green flag run. Let's see if he can do something from the outside. He's going to hold back here. Gets a great jump, and that's why. Big moment for Dominic Lumley, and it's going to stack up the field. Oh my gosh. Dylan Connor up, over, and around. It looks like that car was doing a ballet dance. I've never seen anything like that one. Looks like that all started with that 31 of Bryce Nelson. We'll look along here with Dylan Connor at what happened on this stack up. Car sideways in front, he goes to the outside. Oh my gosh. I've never seen something like that. .41 laps to go here in this race in the Southern Family 92. Ross Dalton led the most laps so far. But it doesn't really matter, Jonathan, unless you lead the last one. Jonathan might be having a snack. I have a snack right next to me. I got my Z-Bar from Cliff. Thankful. I told my producer Cody that I hadn't eaten before the race, and well, I'm seeming that was a mistake now. I was at the gym instead. Pain before gains. We'll finish off this Southern Family 92, and let's not forget, this is all for Kyle Southern, and we're extremely thankful to be raising money for such a good cause. Him and his family, Barnuminium, burned down. And so we're raising money for that. Again, if you want to donate, it's !Kyle in the YouTube chat. That'll send you to the GoFundMe. Raised over $20,000 so far, and let's keep it going. So it's Riley Neal, Ross Dalton, front row. Green flag out. Clean it away on the restart. Oh, stack up, and it's going to go around. That's the 31. And you saw that all started with Riley Neal trying to get to the bottom, and it created that stack up on the bottom line. Oh my gosh. You saw right there, that big check up there, 98 of Billy Craig. Nowhere to go. Actually, I think that was Trevor Vaden. Yeah, I agree with you there, Mr. Poole. I wish I need the food part, but we'll get to that at some point. So 54 of 92 laps complete in the Southern Family 92. Ross Dalton continues to be the driver out front in this race. Qualified on pole, battled with Aaron Stoltz for a while until him and Carson Lofton had a problem. And it has left Ross Dalton all away and alone. But he's had a bit of someone on his heels, and that being Riley the Real Deal O'Neal. Wait, what? It's not O'Neal, it's Neal. I want to say O'Neal, but it is Riley Neal. Green flag flies yet again, and contact on the restart. Modifieds destroyed and all over the place. Caution out yet again. Drivers getting reset, trying to get back up into their correct positions. It looks like Riley Neal was involved in that one, but he's still up front. I think he retained his position. So all these drivers trying to catch the pace car. No, Riley Neal was involved in it, and he's going to go back towards the back. And look at this. I got my man, Emmett Crow, in here.
What's up, man?
Thankful to have you, Emmett, here in this Southern Family 92 with 38 laps to go. So, have you seen anything yet?
You know, I've seen a lot of action, you know, and I've been watching the stream, and you've been doing a great job, Scott. Just want to throw that out. Cody, you've been doing a great job on the producer side. But, yeah, it's been a lot of action, and I'm ready for this final 38 laps with you, Scott.
Well, me as well. I'm definitely glad that you're here joining me in the booth. Thankful to have you, Emmett Crow. 38 to go. Ross Dalton on the outside. Ross Dalton on the inside. Riley Neal on the outside. Green flag is away yet again.
Yeah, as we see, looks like the 30, is that the 38, I believe, got the jump on the start. And I'm sorry, I don't have my live score in front of me.
No, it's okay. You're good. You're going to get it in just a moment from our man, Cody Deemers in production. They get it all single filed out. Adam Baker has moved his way back up towards the front of this field after early incident. Adam Baker in that 30 car, a fast driver. Caution out. Car on the back straightaway, and that's going to collect some others.
All right, thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, let's take a look at the replays. It looked like we saw...
it was a 58 of Tyler Hensley there.
Yeah, oh, Tyler Hensley spin around. All right. Yeah, sorry about this, y'all. I saw y'all doing it, and I was like, I figured I'd hop in here. But yeah, it looks like was it Carson Lofton? Yeah, Carson Lofton. Looks like actually Hensley back in the back of the field. Looks like he got around. He spun
Well, he went around, and then it looks like right before the caution waved, he was back up on the track and right in front of the leaders.
Yeah.
Cody Deemers looking for this incident at the moment, so hold with us. There it is. Oh my goodness.
There it is right there. Golly.
Heavy contact. I'll tell you, we'll rewind it, take it back a little bit, and you can see the 58 trying to swing it around, and that puts him right in the middle of the track.
Oh man, right in front of the leaders.
Yep. Oh my gosh, collects Carson Lofton.
Hey, you're good. You're good. You found it. Yeah.
So Ross Dalton
I
up
understand.
at the front. Riley Neal still on the outside, trying to take it away, trying to be a not a surprise winner, but trying to make his way up through this field. He did it once, and he stayed up front so far, but can he get around Ross Dalton?
Yeah, we see Dalton get another great launch on the restart. And is that Neil that cuts in the second spot? God, I don't know. Neil is right there on the bumper, but do you think he's going to be able to get around him?
He's going to tag him right there and send him around.
Oh, man, I was not expecting that, but what a way to start to get a little fireworks going, ladies and gentlemen, on this special race tonight. Wow.
Well, right? Ross Dalton had kept it clean all night long, and him and Neil just make contact. Take a look back at it between these two.
Yeah, as
you can see Neil right there.
Oh, man. I tell you, Scott, it looked like Dalton actually lifted just a hair, and that's what allowed Neil to just barely tap the back bumper of Dalton.
Yeah, I wonder if he had gotten on the throttle a bit slower than Riley Neal had imagined. So Neil trying to get back to the throttle, gain as much speed as he could.
Yeah, that'll definitely be something that we discuss.
And I gotta say this: these drivers have had 3 fast repairs. Some of them have used all 3.
Oh wow!
I want to hold on. I'm gonna count something real quick here.
As we're waiting on Scott.
We've used, of all total drivers, we've used 48 fast repairs tonight in the feature race. That does not include heat races. So it's Riley Neal now down at the bottom of the front row. Billy Craig to the outside.
Yeah, Billy Craig got a great launch on that outside line. He's really showing. You know, I think back to the FWM race, Scott, that we did here on Monday. Was that Monday? Yeah, Monday night. And I think about how that high line would work. But tonight, it looks like the bottom has worked. Isn't that kind of weird?
Yeah, well, I mean, you know this track, Southern National, bottom dominant as caution flies with 31 laps to go.
Oh, man. Simpods.
Yeah, Simpod, I'm going to explain this to you. This is Simpod number 5. That is Jonathan John Boy Brown in that number 34. It looked like Dominic Lumley had the problem earlier with the driver behind. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, man.
And that 34 just ARCA braked.
And it looks like Dalton was involved, Scott. You know, you get back there with the back of the field, and sometimes that happens. You get caught up in trouble.
That's exactly what happens. And I don't know if you know this, but $400 are on the line to win tonight, Emmett.
Wow. Yeah.
So I know Dalton
too.
well, I don't think Neil did it on purpose, but yeah, race mode. We want to shout them out again for all of our drivers that are running in those sim pods. Yeah, I think it was somewhere between $100 and $300 for them to rent those racing rigs.
Wow. So
big thanks to them. All those drivers, I was going to say, they're all in the same room, Emmett, so they can look left and look right.
Wow, that's pretty.
Yeah, I believe we've got crazy. 4 out of the 7 that are in our feature race tonight. Lights back out on the pace car. It's Riley Neal and Billy Gregg here picking up your front row. And then behind it is Austin Taylor and Aaron Stoltz. Aaron Stoltz has made his way back up towards the front after a moment with Carson Lofton early on. Riley Neal getting it done on the bottom side. Billy Gregg thought about going to the bottom there for a moment, but he sends it high side. That opens the door for Aaron Stoltz. Moves himself back to second, where he ran early in this race. That's side by side for Gregg and Taylor now for third.
Oh man, Yeah, I can tell, Scott, the track's really slicking up. Just these guys are really throwing it in there, and I tell you, they're getting a little bit swirly. You know, doing a little boot scoot boogie. But you know,
they've been squirrely all night. That has been how it has been. Caution flies out of turn number 4. It's Timothy Walter in the number 2 car having a problem.
Yeah. Tough break for Timothy Walter. You know, look back here, you know, running 16th. Did we go on board with who's in the sim pod again? But now we're on board with Walter. And Walter, actually, let's see, because there's a car spun out before that. Oh, I see what happened. Oh
my goodness.
Almost up and over. Wow.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of up and over tonight. So that 4 car there of Colt Brooks.
Well, I mean, they don't have roof flaps, so.
That's Riley Neal still out front. And what a crazy race it has been. 65 laps complete. So, Riley Neal, Aaron Stoltz side by side on this front row for the green flag restart.
Yeah, Stoltz got a great. Oh, Stoltz in the wall, man. Car, I don't know who that was back there, but bounced it down here, and he also got in the wall. But yeah, Stoltz trying to get that lead, Scott, but Riley Neal too good on that bottom line.
Riley Neal too good. Aaron Stoltz going to go for the move. Riley Neal opens the door. Billy Gregg and Carson Lofton make contact.
Oh, big one. Yeah, look who's involved again. Involved once again. How about that, Scott? You go from dominating this race, leading a lot of laps, to now you've been involved in 3 different incidents. Wow.
Yeah, that's what happens when you get in this mid-pack. Take a look along with Billy Gregg. I think this all started when him and Carson Lofton made contact. Yes, Carson Lofton lifts up those rears, and it gets everyone stacked up in the middle.
Yeah, there's so many red cars on the track, Scott.
There are a lot of red cars. Well, look, while we have this time, I want to give a huge shout to all the things going on here at Elevated TV. Tonight kicked off our World Series of Asphalt, and it's going to go from here all the way until March 1st. And so glad that we got that going on, running down at New Smyrna. Check that out every day of the week. Then on Sunday, we will have the Leadfoot Racing League opening their Season 2 at Lanier. Really excited about that in those late model stocks. That will be on Sunday night. Then on Monday, it'll be the 4-Wide Motorsports Modified Tour at Lanier as well. That'll be me and Emmett on that one. It's going to be exciting. And then we got the JE Limited Late Model Challenge Series. And that is a dirt series, and we're really excited about that one. That'll be on Tuesday night. So if you don't have anything going on here in the next few nights, come and join us for some awesome nights of racing. Green flag racing will commence.
Yeah, I believe I'm doing Wednesday night of the 24 of the 20. What is it? The 24 World Series of Racing. Yeah, and then I think I'm doing Thursday also. I believe. Yeah. So yeah,
a lot of asphalt for you, Emmett.
Yes, sir, definitely, and a dirt race. So, yeah, got dirt, you know. Oh man!
Car around, it's Austin Taylor.
Golly.
Austin Taylor
man.
running in the 3rd spot, goes around out of turn number 2.
But I tell you all, I've been enjoying this race. You know, I've been sitting there in the infield eating a hot dog with old Mr. Fireman, and you know,
Dude, what I would do for a hot dog right now. I don't know if you were here for it, Emmett. I have not eaten tonight.
Yeah, I heard you say that right before I came on. Yeah, that sucks because I just ate two Monterey Mills from Whataburger earlier.
All right, well, don't rub it in now.
Hey, it's buy one get one. Got to take advantage. Last day.
Dude, we don't have any Whataburgers here in Starkville, Mississippi.
Really? Well, I figured that, but that's weird that they're not in Mississippi. Now you do have those.
Whataburgers do exist in Alabama.
I am so jealous of you, Scott. You do have a Captain D's, and
you're jealous of Captain D's?
Dude, I miss my Captain D's.
Okay, we have very different tastes when it comes to food. It's crazy. I've never gone to Captain D's. I don't think I ever will. No shade on the establishment. I just have never been there. I don't think I will.
Oh my gosh. All right, folks. Well,
yeah, apparently I'm hearing that if you ever go to Southern National, you have to get a bologna burger. These drivers looking for a bologna burger after one of them wins $400. Green flag back out. 23 laps to go.
Yeah, as we see Neil get a great launch, and yeah, they could buy about 500 of those bologna burgers, but Neil looking really good, but Stoltz is right there, Scott. This is going to be exciting.
Yeah, Stoltz lurking right behind Riley Neal, trying to close out this race. He's trying to lead on lap 75 because if he does, he'll get $25 from Terry and Jennifer Freeman. So he wants to lead just a few more laps. Caution flies. Car around out of turn number 2. It's Timothy Walter.
Yeah, poor Timothy Walter. But I tell you, Riley Neal is really happy because I think him and Timothy Walter are working together. Because now it looks like Neil's going to get his $25 extra. So he.
Well, don't say it. Don't say it yet because we are not clicking laps off under caution. And you never know how many restarts we'll have in between now and then.
Yeah, true that.
So he is not safe. He is not safe.
I was thinking it was FWM rules. My bad.
I agree. I agree, BC Cart. I can't even read at this moment. I will never eat there. Oh my goodness, Riley Neal coming into the pit lane.
Oh well, I jinxed it.
And what the heck? I knew that these drivers had a set of tires, but I imagine with so many laps we've run under caution that your tires would be almost 100% still by now.
Yeah, you'd think it, but like I was saying, the good thing is he's not going to lose his lap. So.
No, but this also, interestingly, Stoltz came down as well.
Yeah, so that is very interesting. And I'm trying to get. I know my scoring is tweaking like a tweaker trying to get a rock, but you know. No, it's coming back to the green flag.
Oh, we were. It was called off.
Oh, it's called off.
Drivers trying to get back settled after they had pitted.
The 31. Let's see. Who is the pace car going to take out the field? I believe Kyler Staley is your leader?
Yes, Kyler Staley is your leader. It's a 33. Simpod number 6. That's Brandon Valentine on the outside. He'll fall back to third. And look who's back. It's the 50 of Ross Dalton.
Where did he come from, Scott? Talk about this. He was in the back. He been up to the front, went to the back, got involved in 3 incidents, and now he's back up battling for the lead. Unbelievable.
Ross Dalton, driver who qualified on pole. know that he is fast.
Oh, man.
So he's been making his way up back towards the front. 3 wide down in turn number 1. Can they keep it clear? Yes, they can. Coming back to the flag, this is lap 76. So if Kyler Staley can lead it here, he will win that $25. And it looks good for him. So Terry and Jennifer Freeman get that $25 to Kyler Staley. Good job, Kyler, on getting that one. The only thing left for these drivers to win, Emmett, is $400.
Yeah, I think you ought to give Timothy Walter about $20 of that, or at least $5, for bringing out that caution, because we wouldn't have had the chaos that we had if that did not happen. But yeah, great racing going on, and yeah, like you said, when there's a big purse up for $400, yeah, it's boys have at it. It's the gloves are coming off. Somebody's either going to be checkers or records, Scott.
Yeah, seriously, battle here between Jonathan Brown and Brendan Valentine, your Simpod drivers. Then it's Riley Neal on the outside trying to use those fresh boots to come up through this field and get back to the lead. He's going to make contact with Valentine. Valentine down to the bottom. It's going to bring out a caution.
Yeah, it looks like Valentine just got loose, got tagged, sideswiped a little bit. Not much, just a little contact as Neal got into him right here.
Yeah, you see Riley Neal fast on that car, thought the hole was there, and it was not.
Yeah, he kind of pulled a Cole Custer if y'all watched the Daytona 500, but yeah. Or a Joey Logano. I guess it would be more like a Logano, wouldn't it be, Scott?
No. I'm a Joey fan. That was a little bit of a different move. While we won't even get into it, but I would say it was more Cole Custer-ish.
I can't believe I know. I thought he was a great guy. Then I found this out. He don't like Captain D's and.
I like Jeff Gordon. For those of y'all viewers who don't know, I have this awesome 1998 DuPont sweatshirt from Jeff Gordon, and it is the coolest thing ever. He's
going to show you something.
So Kyler Staley leading Ross Dalton. Then it's Austin Taylor, Aaron Stoltz, and Enoch McNeil.
Is he really a Bulldog fan? That is the question.
I am indeed a Bulldog fan. I rep the university. Hail State, baby. Lights are off on the pace car. Kyler Staley, Ross Dalton, front row. Pace car pulls off. Green flag to go. 11 laps.
Yeah, Kyler Staley got a great launch, but here comes your post sitter, Mr. Ross Dalton, showing the speed. But looks like we got another car, and yep, another caution.
Another caution. That is the 62 of Dominic Lumley. Lumley getting spun there off of turn number 2. Big stack up on the restart. They kept it single file. But here out of the corner, another stack up, and that gets Lumley a little bit sideways.
I tell you, Scott, I think we're nearing. I look back at our Monday night race with FWM. I think we're getting near to those caution numbers. Possibly.
Yeah, I think so. We've surpassed that a little bit. Ross Dalton comes down the pit lane, and I'm surprised. 11 laps left.
Wow.
Why?
Yeah, and think about if I'm Ross Dalton's crew chief, I'm telling him, you remember what happened when you went back to the back before, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's a great point. I fully agree.
Yeah, but I mean, watching the few laps that I've been in here, I don't think we're done yet, boys. I think Ross Dalton will get back up to the front, and he could be a contender for this $400 prize.
Definitely could be a contender. Big shout out to Cody Demers. He's been feeling under the weather all day long. Thankful to have him in our production booth, getting this race to all of you awesome race fans watching right now. So line them up again. It's going to be Kyler Staley and now Aaron Stoltz. And Stoltz has been to the pit road, so he's back up towards the front, trying to battle for this lead. Great jump on the outside, but Staley is going to have it.
Yeah,
Stoltz not going away just yet.
Yeah, Staley staying right there on the bottom. Nice block. Oh, man, he runs Stoltz into the wall. Got him a little loose right there. But, yeah, Staley looking good, Scott. He is driving with a mirror full of that red.
Car around in the back.
Oh,
Heard
man.
the tires, but we keep it green. Now caution flies.
Man. Oh, man, and the leader almost went around. Wow.
Kyler Staley barely holding it together there with
Oh,
Aaron
wow.
Stoltz on the back bumper. Riley Neal and Ross Dalton involved. What did you say, Emmett?
Right? It's like my good buddy, Mr. Randy Travis says, I told you so. But, you know.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my gosh. We're going to have to get another replay.
What was that?
Man, who knows? That was.
There's no way. No way that guy's not getting disqualified. Robert, I assume that was Shaw. Connor Shaw. Oh
Golly.
my gosh. I don't even think he hit the brake.
I don't think he lifted. I think I heard his team audio saying he was either lifted, he wasn't going to lift until he saw the checkered flag, or God.
I love that line. Dude, was
Yeah.
did that come out of last year's ARCA 200 at Daytona?
Last year's ARCA 200.
Dude, highly quoted line. Love that.
Yeah, and you're going to float like that.
We had our Cletus McFarland moment earlier in the chat.
And our yes sir moment of the race right there.
We've had a lot of those. So it's Kyler Staley holding it out front over Aaron Stoltz. Can he hold him off for just a couple more laps and win $400?
Yeah,
Green flag here. Great jump for Stoltz. Even door to door, side by side into turn number one. Contact between Staley and Stoltz. Caution around. That's Billy Gregg, 33 of Valentine.
Guys, I'm showing Stoltz as the leader currently.
Really?
For the second that it didn't tweak out, but yeah, it showed Stoltz was P1. Huh. That's showing Greg second.
We'll have to see. Yep, it looks like Aaron Stoltz, it gives it to Aaron Stoltz.
Wow. Well, I don't know any of you people, but y'all seem like y'all are enjoying this race, and I'm happy to be here, and happy to be. Yeah, I'm like I said, I've been watching a little bit of it, and when I saw Scott, and he said, "Jonathan, what can you say is happening in crickets?" I was like, "All right, I'll come in there." All right, well, we're doing good, Scott.
I'm back, brother. I had to use the bathroom.
Oh, and there's Fireman.
I think he had too many bologna burgers. But
Fireman, have you been running around and extinguishing all these fires from the modified engines? I think we've had about 80 of them.
I had to go, bro.
Yeah,
I think I'm about like I think I'm getting a stomach bug like my kids had.
Oh no! Well, not again.
Oh no!
Lights back on the pace car.
And a bologna.
You had too much chili too, there, sir.
What's your favorite thing to eat at the track? At that track, Jonathan?
Oh, he's gone again.
Duty called.
So, the 0-2 of Aaron Stoltz, Kyler Staley on the outside. Green flag, great jump for Aaron Stoltz. He'll get the commanding lead.
Yeah, Stoltz got a great jump on the lead, and he'll jump out. Get a little bit of beating and banging, Scott. I don't know if we can make it back.
I don't know. We do. Every driver keeps it straight, so good job from all of these drivers. It's 5 laps to go, 4 when they come back to the stripe.
Here we go, there we go.
Adam Baker and Dominic Muller.
Oh, there we
33 of Valentine down on the front straightaway. Caution flies.
Wow. I didn't know if we were going to be able to keep it straight right there, but as you can see right here, looking at the replay, they were beating and banging, zigging and zagging, you know, just beating off each other like a freaking pinball machine. But yeah, Valentine pinata. Yeah, for our southern friends, southern border friends, a pinata. I'm in Texas, y'all. It's all right. All right. Been a good race.
So Aaron Stoltz gets a commanding lead over Kyler Staley.
Wow.
And they'll try to keep it here. When we come back to the stripe, it'll be 3 laps to go to decide who will win $400.
Connor Staley. Staley's on pit road.
Interesting call. Oh, you know what I just thought about? I think it's drivers running out of fuel.
I was about to say fuel. That's what I was about to say.
That is the, yep, that's it.
Wow. Unbelievable. And now who's in this 33 of the 75?
That is Valentine.
Okay, then who's in the 77?
Chase Pierce. Chase Pierce.
Okay, well, look at this. Look who's right back up there again. Mr.
Chase
Russ
Pierce.
Dalton.
Yep, Chase Pierce, a fast driver, has not been near the front all night long, but in his heat, he did so well until he got spun. See if he has anything for Aaron Stoltz. 3 laps to go here at the stripe.
Yeah, as we see right here, Chase Pierce must have said, show me the money, but because here he comes, coming to the lead, and he's going to try to take it on the outside, and we got it. Caution.
Big crash out of turn number 3. That's going to give you your caution.
Oh. I hate it when I get like that. I can't hear myself. I'm like, oh, goodness. Yeah, as we look at the replay right here, it looks like Adam Baker might have got... No, that wasn't Adam Baker. I don't know, Scott. I couldn't see the car that somebody tagged somebody. Oh, it was Riley. Was it? No, it was. It was Kyler Staley.
Interesting.
Staley tagged somebody, and that's what started it. And then they just started going. That was kind of weird because it was like a backwards domino effect. Because Staley turned that car. Well, then after that, then we saw the big wreck on the front stretch. Unbelievable. All right, so while Scott takes that bathroom break, we just want to run you through your current running positions. Stoltz in the lead, followed by Pierce, and Russ Dalton is up there. Ross Dalton is up in 4th, and it keeps going. Enoch, yeah.
Green flag away. 2 laps to go, and the caution flies.
Oh my gosh. Wow. And it looks to
We're
be
going to reset it here. 5 green-white checkered attempts, and we'll look here with Timothy Walter.
Oh man.
Yeah, big contact from Kyler Staley.
Kyler Staley looking like getting a little antsy trying to get back to that front. Man, what a race, y'all. Are you good now, Scott?
I am good.
All right. Good. Just making sure.
I am good. Here, ready to wrap this Southern Family 92 from Southern National Motorsports Park. Ready to call someone a winner of $400. And again, let's not forget why we're here. Raising family for Kyle Southern. If you feel led in the YouTube chat, hit us with, well, you hit the chat with an exclamation mark, Kyle, and it'll lead you to the, what is it? Words? The GoFundMe. Thank you. I wanted to say group me, and I'm like, that's not correct.
Literally,
the GoFundMe
literally
raised over $20,000.
Wow.
We'll have our first green-white checkered attempt here. 2 laps, 1 green and 1 white. If we get a caution in the green lap, we'll rack them up and try to go again. If we get it to the white flag, whatever flag flies will be the end of the race. Aaron Stoltz, Chase Pierce on the outside. 2 laps to go.
Here we go. Going into turn 1, Stoltz is going to get the run on the inside, and he'll shoot Pierce almost. Oh, man! Up and over. We got 2 up and over, Scott.
Caution is out. That's Dominic Lumley. Another driver. That's Riley Neal.
As we take a look at the replay, right? Oh my gosh.
Looks like Dominic Lumley might have come up the track.
Yeah, I think I don't know if he thought he was clear or what, but yeah. Man. Tough break for Lumley and Neal right there.
Yeah, really. Neal had done so good earlier. Yeah, it looks like Dominic just came up.
Yeah, and then we see Kyler Staley get turned around.
So that's going to send us to our second green-white checkered attempt.
Yep. It looks like we had... Did we have another car up and over?
I don't know.
That's what it looked like.
Somebody is upside down in turn number 3. Hasn't reset from that incident.
Yeah, fireman, get out there and turn them over.
Oh, okay.
Oh, man.
Oh, what is it? He was trying to turn him over.
Yeah, he was trying to turn him over, but he ended up, I think he took himself out of the race. Dang.
That was Austin Pack, I think. Oh, it was Bryce Nelson, excuse me.
Pack. Yeah.
So, Aaron Stoltz, Chase Pierce will try it again for a second time, green-white checkered. Side by side, who gets the jump? Green flag is away.
Yeah, and we see Stoltz got a great launch into the turn, but here comes Pierce on the outside, trying to take the lead away when there's not much money on the line.
And there we go!
They both go around! They both go around!
Enoch McNeil sends his way through. No caution. This is the white flag. Ross Dalton right there looking to take it, but Enoch McNeil comes out of turn number 4, $400 richer.
No, but he's still gonna win. Wow, what a race! What a finish!
Oh,
I tell you,
my
there
gosh!
Might be tempers flaring in victory lane for sure. Wow. Look at this move right here that Dalton almost put up. But look at Stoltz almost take McNeil out right there. And almost
I did take him out.
Wow. Yeah, he did take him out. And
that might be one of the most wild finishes I have ever seen.
I think, boys, we're gonna have to go back to the. We're gonna have to go to the general Discord and have a little listen. Oh my god!
Who was that?
I believe that was Chase Pierce.
Well, he definitely upset. I would be.
I would be too. Yeah.
I mean, if I got cleaned out for the win, yeah. But Enoch McNeil gonna celebrate $400 richer here in this Southern Family 92.
He's going to try to get
take another look at this. Boom! We're going to go to commercial, and we'll get you back with results and the interview with winner Enoch McNeil, and we'll wrap it up here tonight. Back here with your third place finisher, Dylan Connor. And I think it goes for everyone, but especially you, Dylan. I think you really had an up and down night. Talk to me about, I mean, first of all, I know this was a long feature race, but talk to me about how your race went, because let's just get a recap for the race fans.
In all honesty, man, I was glad to make the show. I goofed qualifying terrible, and so I knew starting at the rear, that's all I was really focused on. I felt like I was in the safest position was at the rear. So for the whole first half of the race, I just tried to sit right there and be patient in the rear, and just kind of try to let them weed themselves out.
Yeah, definitely. Talk to me about those last few laps. We were so focused on lead, I don't even know where you started on that last restart. Where'd you start?
I started in 5th, and like I said, I was just content. I mean, to come from 27th to 5th, I was happy with that, but I couldn't quite see what transpired up there. But yeah, I mean, to come home with a podium after starting 27th, I'll take that all night long.
Seriously, Emmett?
Yeah, we had a lot of cautions in that last 20 laps. How big was getting that track position that led you to that third place finish?
Oh, it was huge. I ran out of faster pairs, but I went almost 70 laps on those right sides, just trying to save them for the absolute end. The way the cautions were going, I was like, the later I can take these, the better it'll be. And I took them as late as possible, and I think it just really paid off right there at the end. I think I had the speed to be right up there with them, but just wasn't trying to cause any more cautions than what was already being caused.
Well,
Well,
thankful to
good.
get to talk to you here, Dylan. And before we let you go, anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I don't think Riley and everybody who had their hand in this and putting this on. You know, I don't know the Southern family personally, but I know them through the racing world, and we just wanted to come out here and support them and put on a good show. I hate that it was as many cautions as it was, but just was just glad to be able to be out there to help and put on a good show.
Well, thank you, Dylan. Up next, we will get your second place car, Ross Dalton. And Ross, you started on the pole for this race. You led for so long, then you got hit from behind, sent you to the back, and then from there, you got caught in the mid-pack. And talk to me about that mid-pack fight, trying to get back up towards the front.
Yeah, it was crazy, man. I mean, from the time they dropped the green flag in the first heat race to the checkered flag in the main, it was rough. It was survival, man. I got out front right there, was just riding, biding my time, taking it easy in, easy off, just, playing my cards as smart as I thought I could. And on that restart, Riley had really good momentum, and me and him was kind of on the same page prior to that of, conserving as much as we could, and he was getting hounded from behind, and he just rolled through the center a little better than I did on that restart, and he just got me in the wrong spot, a very vulnerable spot where you get back to the throttle right there, and when he did, he just blew the tires off of it and spun me, and we had to come down, take a fast repair, and I didn't take my tires then. I went ahead and got some fuel. I knew that it was going to run long, and people was going to be getting close on fuel and stuff, so it was tough, man. It was real tough. Passing was really hard, just due to, you would work on passing, and then there'd be a wreck in front of you, and you'd be middle of doing what you was trying to do, and you'd get tied up in that, and you had to start all over. So other than that, though, man, it was still a lot of fun. A lot of guys are mad, and they forget that we're here for a much bigger reason of winning the race. I mean, I don't think that there's going to be one single person that received a bonus dollar of any kind that's going to take it and put it in their pocket, So it's we're here for a good reason. I think this was a really good showing, to show that the racing community can come together and help people in need and put things back together, and sure hope to see Kyle and his family back at the racetrack. Hard-nosed competitor. If he had an iRacing rig, I know he'd be out here with us, just putting on a show just like everybody else did. I mean, you take the boys out of Bowman Gray, but you can't take the Bowman Gray out of the boys. So it got rough, it got rowdy, they got hot and mad, and end of the night, I mean, if the only thing that would make it better is if the fans could come in the pits afterwards and see everybody yelling at each other, and Corey Latham walking around doing post-race interviews, getting everybody fired up and stirring the pot. So other than that, man, I'm glad to we qualified on the pole, had a really good race car, led a lot of laps, and was able to bring it home second. Was glad to see Enoch win it right there. It was a little aggressive move. Made a few people mad, but
yeah.
Shoe was on the other foot. They'd have done the same thing. I know for a fact. I've watched both them guys race that he moved out of the way. They would have definitely put the bumper to him. So, it's part of racing. Part of racing, and we'll carry on.
Yep. What is it? Emmett?
Enoch.
Yeah.
Enoch.
Yeah.
Enoch.
Yeah, no, I know. I was getting Emmett to ask you a question.
So,
Emmett.
Yes, sir. So I jumped in with about 50 laps to go, and I saw you were dominating as I was watching. But talk about what a night you had. I mean, starting on the pole and then dominating, and then getting in that first wreck, coming all the way back, and then getting involved in another wreck, kind of mid-pack, and then pitting, and then getting involved in another wreck, and then coming back just to finish second and almost get the win right there.
Man, it's that's why they call it iRacing, dude.
Mm.
It's way easier to work on these things than it is a real life car. If these guys had to work on these things like we do in real life, maybe they would slow down and appreciate the knocking the right front or left front off of one of these modifieds.
Mhm.
I personally have never put a front end on a modified, but I can assure you that it's not cheap. Um, it is killed. I mean, it is absolutely killed. But you know what? The problem is whenever you come down pit road and you can just get a fast repair and go back out, or come down pit road and get your stuff fixed and go back out. It makes it's hard. It's hard to produce good racing like that. Really and truthfully, there shouldn't have been a fast repair, and caution laps probably should have counted. But Bowman Gray don't count caution laps, and you dang sure don't get no fast repairs over there. But
Yeah.
If we'd have did no fast repairs, a lot of them guys that was causing a lot of the problems early on would have got tore up and wouldn't have been able to come back out. But Riley wanted, people paid their hard-earned money to do this, and the Neal family and Riley, dude, if it wasn't for them, man, none of this would have been impossible. Riley messaged me and was like, man, I want to do a fundraiser race for the Southern family. I said, well, let's do it. And I had a Discord, I've always had a special events Discord for doing special events and stuff, and I hooked him up and we cleared everything out and started over fresh and put everybody that was racing in there, and he set up a group text and got everybody involved, and we had practice races. I know you can't tell it, but we did have practice races every night this week, so that people could show up, and and that's another thing. I mean, we did everything that we possibly could to make sure that people had enough laps on the setup and the car and the racetrack, and we tried to mimic everything to the exact T so that nothing was different each time that people showed up, and they could rely on the practice that they got to be corresponding to the race weather and everything else. So me and Riley worked really hard for this thing to be a good show, and we had a good car count. Unfortunately, the show was just a little bit messy and a little tough, but at the same time, it's part of it. And not every racetrack you go to has ups and downs and has good nights and bad nights. And for say Bowman Gray especially, you go over there one night and they'll go caution free, and everybody will load up a race car the same way they brought it, and then the next night nobody loads up a race car the way they brought it. So it's just the mentality and people having the right to say that they won this deal, and people fighting hard to try and win it and put themselves in positions and stuff like that they probably shouldn't be. And I told them that over race control, because I race controlled everything, and I told them, I was like, guys, if you're not comfortable doing something, don't race over your head. And that didn't go nowhere, but I tried. So
Yeah, well, I know I definitely agree with you about iRacing that sets up stuff like that. I do a lot of official racing, and a lot of that happens. That's one reason I've wanted to get in a real car. Just don't have the money yet, because racing is so expensive. But I definitely agree with you there, Ross. Before I let you go tonight, anyone you'd like to thank?
absolutely, man. Like I said, I gotta thank the Neal family for raising such an upstanding kid to have the heart big enough to want to do this for the Southern family, and everything that he's done to provide this race for them, and sure hope that everybody keeps them in their prayers, and I dang sure will. And I got to thank all my sponsors, Ross Dalton Racing and Development, for everything that they've pursued. Riley's going to be a very big part of that. Enoch, that won the race, he's going to be a very big part of it as well, and they both have been prior to right now. So definitely Ross Dalton Racing and Development. And then I got to thank Michael Steele for everything that he did tonight to help me, and everything that he's going to do in the future, and making sure that my real life and iRacing race cars is as sharp as they possibly can, with Steel Graphics. Pitwall Podcast for everything they do. All my boys that hang out with me and race with me, CGR Performance. JBM, Peanut Baker Racing, and 51 Race Works with Austin Taylor. And, you know, man, I can't thank the Nils enough for doing this and putting on this thing. It was pretty big. I hope that the broadcast was good, and I hope a lot of people was watching, and it'd be really awesome. 120, man, that is awesome.
Well, it'll be more later. People will watch more. So
I got something that Scott.
Go ahead, Emmett.
Ross, I've been thinking about this. You've been saying Bowman Gray the whole time. How about next year we take it to the Madhouse?
Yeah, that'd be really awesome. That'd be really awesome. I think it'd be a lot of fun to do that.
Well, thank you, Ross Dalton, for joining us. Comes home second here in the Southern Family 92. Your last driver, your winner, Enoch McNeil. And what a move you made to get the win. You move aside there, I believe it was Aaron Stoltz and Chase Pierce. And you got him a 2-for-1 go.
Oh, yeah. I didn't mean to do it that dirty. I just wanted to give Aaron a little bump and move him up the hill, and maybe I could pull under him 3 wide, but I got in there a little harder than I expected and got into him way harder than I expected to.
You know, we were coming into the night, and I was getting all my names and everything, and before anything, Cody was like, look, it's Enoch. It's not Enoch, it's Enoch. Like, he'll go crazy because so many people get it wrong. And look, I'm proud of myself. I don't think I messed up your name once tonight. I just wanted to shout at myself there. Anyway, Emmett, you got it next.
You know, Enoch McNeil, we think about somebody else who just wanted to bump and rattle somebody's cage at Bristol back in, I believe, 87, I believe. You looked like the old Intimidator right there Labonte getting into the Intimidator.
Oh, yeah.
We know how that went.
Oh, we know how that went in it, but you're a winner here tonight, and I've got to ask you, Enoch, what do you plan to do with that money that you won tonight?
I want to donate it back to the Southern Family for all their needs.
Yeah. Well, I'm not surprised to hear you say that. I think that's very humble and very generous of you, because it's so easy for someone, especially a lot of race car drivers, just that need money of their own to take that, and so it's very humble and generous of you to give that back to the Southern Family, because I think Ross said it best. You know, that's why we were here tonight and able to do this event, and so really glad that we got to have you with us. What did you think? So obviously your night was very up and down as well. I was talking to Dylan about that. Did you think you would be up front, be in that position at the end?
No, I really didn't. I messed up all 3 of my laps in qualifying, and none of them ended up counting. So we had to start deep in heat 3, and we drove to the transfer spot. We got turned, so that moved us to the C main, and then I dodged a couple wrecks, and then I got caught up in one, and I had to come down pit road, get a faster pair, and then me and Cody worked together, and we got back up through the field, and I think I ended up finishing 3rd in the C main, and then that put me starting deep in the main.
Well, you did an excellent job, and congratulations on the win. Before we let you go tonight, Enoch, anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I can't thank Michael Still enough for the awesome paints that he does, Ross Dalton Development for all they do, and just everybody that stays with me and believes in me.
Well, congratulations, man, on the win.
Thank you.
So that was that was Enoch McNeil, your winner here tonight of the Southern Family 92 at Southern National, and that is going to wrap our production here. Before we go, want to shout out all of these amazing sponsors that put up money here tonight that will all probably go back to the Southern Family. Zach Staley Racing, Sawyer Blevins Racing, Trace Latour Racing, Blaylux Creations, Pool Auto Dealings, Choice Tire and Auto, Eric Messer Photography, Terry and Jennifer Freeman, and we just big thanks to all of those partners that were able to give and donate here tonight in this race. And so before we wrap up and finish tonight, we want to shout out World Series of Asphalt happening here at New Smyrna. That will be over all of Elevated TV from now until March 1st. So tune in for those races. It's going to be a lot of awesome stuff. Then we've got Leadfoot Racing on Sunday at Lanier, opening for their season number 2. It's going to be a good one. 4-wide Motorsports Modifieds coming up in the next time. That'll be on Monday, also at Lanier. And lastly, the JE Limited Late Model Challenge Series will be on the dirt on Tuesday night. Thank you so much for joining us here on Elevated TV. Before we go, we'll get you those final results. It was Enoch McNeil, then Ross Dalton and Dylan Connor, your top 3. 4th and 5th was Dakota Malore and Kyler Staley. 6th and 7th was Timothy Walter, and then that was SimPod 2. That was Bobo Brown. Then in the 51, that was the 8th place for Austin Taylor. 9th and 10th, it was Aaron Stoltz and Chase Pierce. Enoch I'm so used to saying Enoch now. Emmett hit me with the back 10.
So 11th was Riley Neal. 12th was Adam Baker. 13th was...
Yeah, SimPod 5 and 6. That was Jonathan John Boy Brown and Brandon Valentine.
Yeah, John Boy Brown and Brandon Valentine. 15th was Connor Shaw. 16th was Bryce Nelson. 17th, Trevor Vaden. 18th, Austin Pack. 19th, Ryder Tomaino. Almost said tomato. And 20th was Cody Griffin.
Back there in the back, it was Dominic Lumley in his number 44, 21st position. 22nd and 23rd was Billy Gregg and Carson Lofton. 24th, 25th was Colton Brooks and Tyler Hensley. Rounding out your field, 26th and 27th was SimPod number 4. That was Owen Hester and Brian Poole. That should do it for all of our deals here tonight. Again, a big thanks to Riley Neal and the Riley family, for the Neal family, for getting this all together. And again, if you have not donated yet, visit that GoFundMe for the Southern family and Kyle Southern and his family. That's going to be all here at Elevated TV. We'll see you next time, and hopefully we'll see you Sunday.